Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to day 3 of the hearing of submissions on the Selwyn District Plan. And just before we turn to our first submitter, Section 42A reporting team, anything for us this morning? All right, thank you. So the first submitter on schedule this morning is Orion, New Zealand. And just a procedural issue, given that the council is a part owner of Orion and to avoid any perception of a conflict of interest, the 4 councillor commissioners won't be partaking in questioning or deliberating on the Orion submission. So just for the record. Other than that, good morning and welcome. Welcome to the hearing. I'm happy for you to introduce your team to us. And given you're the first submitter today, I'll just do my normal little announcement. Thank you very much for pre-circulating the written material. We've read all of that, and so you don't need to read that out loud to us. Yourself and the witnesses are welcome to summarise key points for us, or if you're content that we have read the material, we can go straight to questions, but that's entirely over to you.
Thank you. Good morning. Just deal with some housekeeping matters because we obviously have a number of submitters that we're appearing for today, so I'm trying to assist the panel in terms of timing. So first of all, just to thank you for accommodating us. We had another plan change hearing over the road on Monday, Tuesday, so we weren't able to turn up earlier, and thank you for grouping the submitters that Chapman Tripp's appearing for so that we can hear from them all together. I understood from the hearings officer that the panel was proceeding a bit quicker than they might have originally anticipated. So I've tried to assist the panel today in terms of moving things forward in order that we might not end up with big gaps where you have nothing to do. So what we have been able to achieve, and I just might run through this in order to help you with how the day might go, is obviously Orion's here now. I understand from Miss Ashley there's then another submission. I think she's here, so that will start you off today. I have spoken to Carter Group and asked them whether they might be able to come around about 9:30 so that if we get to that point and you're ready to go, we can bring them on earlier. Littleton Port Company have also indicated that they can be here earlier, so I might try and get them around here about 10:30. The airport is a little bit difficult. They have 2 witnesses coming from Auckland. They land at 12:30. So as soon as we get them here, we'll get them on. So that may indicate that if we can get them on around 1:30, you might have an early afternoon. Dairy Holdings, my partner Ben Williams is appearing for. The panel indicated yesterday they didn't have any questions for his witness, Mr. Glass. So he could actually be here around 11:30 if you wanted to send a signal that we're cracking through it. So he could possibly turn up earlier if needed. And then the only one we had a problem with was Fonterra. They had a difficulty with one of their witnesses, so they'll have to be tomorrow morning, sorry. Couldn't do anything about that. But we will try to accommodate as much as we can to avoid you ending up with spaces waiting for witnesses to turn up. So
Great. Well, thank you very much for that. If we do have spaces, that's not a huge issue. The panel have plenty of reading material for that.
Yes. And I am conscious that with Orion, LPC and CIAL, the legal submissions and the planning evidence is quite similar in terms of the relief they're seeking at this hearing. So it may well be that some of the questions get directed to Orion, but in the course of doing that, we're going to end up answering some of the questions that may arise in relation to LPC and CIAL, but we'll deal with that as we go. The other thing I might just signal is the Carter Group matter, which will be the second one. We did have PC 66 this week, which I think is the first rezoning hearing, if you like, in terms of a request for rezoning under the operative plan, which addresses head-on the MPSUD and Policy 8. So there might be some information that has come up in the course of the last couple of days we can assist the panel with when we get to that submitter next. So now, most importantly, Orion now. So Gary and Mel, would you just like to introduce yourselves?
Good morning, my name is Melanie Foot. I'm a senior consultant planner with Resource Management Group here in Christchurch.
Morena, my name's Gary Hayes and I am the Procurement and Land Services Manager for Orion.
So what I was going to do was let you hear from the witnesses first. They've each got a very short summary, which I think if it's not already in circulation, will be in circulation. And then I will deal with questions on the legal submissions after we've dealt with the evidence.
My summary was provided in my evidence already.
Yeah. Commissioner Ray looks like he's got a question.
I know there's just some discussion about whether you need to talk into the microphone.
Oh, sorry.
Should we move it?
Is it on when it's read?
Yeah.
Gary, Gary's going to do it. So do you just want to
I've got a burning
introduce
voice,
yourself
but I
and just see if
will
that's working?
lean forward. How's that? Okay, my name is Gary Hayes. I am the Procurement and Land Services Manager at Orion, New Zealand Limited. Orion is responsible for constructing and maintaining an efficient and safe electricity distribution network in central Canterbury. Our core purpose is to power a cleaner and brighter future for our communities, and we are committed to operating New Zealand's most advanced electricity network. Orion's network powers homes, businesses and communities right across the Selwyn district, ranging from individual resident dwellings through to irrigation infrastructure on the plains and large-scale industry users like milk processing plants and inland ports. Over the past 15 years, we've seen unprecedented growth in the electricity demand from rapid large-scale development in our region. This growth is from both residential and commercial electricity users and exists across urban and rural areas. While conventional demand increases, Orion is also adapting to meet rapidly evolving customer expectations, fueled by new technology that is quickly changing customer behaviour. As the uptake in electric vehicles gathers momentum, the electrification of process heat shifts gears and the greening of infrastructure becomes more widespread. Orion is a lifeline utility and has a duty under the Civil Defence Emergency Management Act 2002 to ensure that it is able to function to its fullest possible extent during and after an emergency. This duty was born out of the Canterbury earthquakes. Orion was able to respond quickly to return and maintain electricity supply to Selwyn and Christchurch during and after the earthquakes. Over the past decade, we have rebuilt significant parts of our network that sustained extensive damage. It is often not until that there is a power outage that people are reminded how essential that the supply of electricity is. During the extreme weather event in May, strong winds and flooding caused power outages around Orion's network and brought significant hardship to many in our region. In these types of situations, we must work quickly and with minimal impediment to restore power. More broadly, regulatory frameworks, including district plans, must enable us to quickly and efficiently construct, operate, maintain, and upgrade our network to ensure its ongoing resilience and reliability. The Orion electricity distribution network comprises of underground cables, overhead lines, substations, transformers, kiosks, electricity structures, pylons, poles, earth rods, and associated buildings and access tracks. The Orion network is both rural and urban and covers around 8,000 square kilometres across central Canterbury from the Waimakiriri River in the north to the Rakaia River in the south, from the Canterbury coast to Arthur's Pass. Orion's network in the Selwyn includes 19 zone substations, where electricity is managed and transformed from sub-transmission voltages down to lower voltages, approximately 250 kilometres of sub-transmission lines and associated support structures, which provide the critical link between zone substations. Around 4,250 kilometres of high and low voltage lines and associated poles, as well as various pole mounted equipment, which connect zone substations with hundreds of distribution or building substations and kiosks, and ultimately to the end electricity customers. Thousands of ground-mounted distribution cabinets and distribution boxes that manage and supply the power to individual locations. We provide electricity to approximately 40,000 individual customers or connection points throughout Selwyn. These range from single dwelling requiring approximately 5 kilowatts at peak demand through to major industrial users who require in excess of 15. Corridor protection rules to ensure that existing sub-transmission lines, that's 66,000 volts and 33,000 volt conductors and their associated support structures are protected. These lines are called significant electricity distribution lines, SEDLs, in the plain context. I recognise that it is not appropriate to include substantial corridor protection provisions in the plan for every Orion line or asset within the district. The line must be drawn somewhere. Orion has considered this carefully and considers that appropriate protection should apply to the significant electricity distribution lines. Significant electricity distribution lines comprise approximately 250 kilometres of lines connecting our 19 existing zone substations in the district. These lines cover or extend along less than 6% of Orion's overhead network in the district. The vast majority of the significant electricity distribution line network in Selwyn, whether overhead or underground, as well as its ground-mounted distribution substations, kiosks and cabinets, are located within the road corridor. In a small number of rural areas, the significant electricity distribution line networks extends over boundary. The importance of these significant electricity distribution lines to the Selwyn district warrants protection under the proposed district plan. Without corridor protection rules, there is an unacceptable risk of inappropriate development and or activities immediately adjacent to these lines, if not directly beneath them. This can both pose a serious health and safety risk to people, stock and property, and can significantly impact and constrain, if not prevent entirely, Orion's ability to operate, maintain, and upgrade these critical network assets and thereby provide electricity to our region. Corridor protection provisions of the kind Orion seeks here are already included in the Christchurch City Plan. In my experience, this has improved safety around our network and has ensured a number of new dwellings, warehouses and commercial buildings have been constructed in accordance with safety requirements. Ultimately, this benefits all involved, particularly developers, landowners and council staff, who all have more clarity and certainty about setbacks and clearances, as well as Orion, in that we can continue to operate, maintain and upgrade these critical network assets. The time and effort associated with remedial works to address structures or other activities that have established beneath Orion's electricity lines or encroach electricity clearance distances. These costs, time and effort are associated with remedial works to address structures and or activities that have established underneath Orion's electricity lines or encroached electricity clearance distances. These can cost in the order of $20,000 to $100,000 and are normally borne by the landowner. In conclusion, a secure, well-protected, reliable and efficient electricity distribution network is more critical than ever for the people, businesses and communities of the Selwyn district. Planning provisions which enable and protect the network play a crucial role in achieving this outcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hayes. Now we'll just see if we have questions for you arising either from the original submission, your evidence, or the summary that you presented to us today. Andrew, start at your end of the table.
No questions.
Yes, I just have one question. In your evidence in chief at para 109.1, I think it's page 22 from my screen. So when you say Orion is seeking a plan which is not overly prescriptive or burdensome in terms of consent requirements for your network, what are you facing at the moment in terms of compliance or for consent requirements? That is, what for on say yearly basis, how many actual consents do you have to get for your activity? Is it a large amount, Or is a lot of stuff actually provided through the existing planning framework?
Okay, so in order to answer this question, there is obviously what Orion has to apply for, and then also what our customers have to apply for us to be able to do that. With respect to Orion, we utilise a number of approaches to actually implement our work from what we call a global consent here. So it's largely earthworks would be our main consenting that we'd have to do. And I think from the perspective of our customers, it's largely when it's when they don't actually get a consent that causes them the grief. And this is largely if they, or sorry, bear with me, get a consent, but they don't understand the provisions of that. And they don't understand like ECP 34, which is the setback requirements. And so therefore they will build a dwelling or some sort of thing. And it's not until we've seen that it's actually been constructed that we have that conversation.
Okay, so it's a regular occurrence or is it a frequent occurrence? How big a nut are we kind of trying to track here?
I think in our evidence, we've shown some photos of actually some dwellings that have done that. And so we would probably encounter probably at least one or two of these a year that we'd see there. And the issue that we have that, and in these particular lines and the photos we've got here, this is our significant electricity network, not our. So I'm only looking this from our significant electricity distribution lines as opposed to our normal like 11 kV or sorry 11,000 volts or our 400 volts. This provides a significant. It causes a significant amount of issue, in that we effectively have to constrain our how much power that we can put down the lines. We haven't had to, for our significant electricity distribution lines, turn off power, but we have had under 11,000 volts where we've had effectively a farmer build a pump shed underneath our line, which encroached within the line. So I'm sure that he would have got consent to be able to do his activity that he was wanting to do, but somehow it fell through the gaps and that they didn't meet the clearances. So then when obviously we go to turn to connect his pump shed to carry out the to enable the supply, we weren't able to, and that obviously cost him quite a lot of money, because at the end of the day, it was his activity that he was doing that was encroaching on our line.
Okay.
It's a good question in relation to the Christchurch plan. The issue came up around appropriateness and whether there was a need for the rules, given that there is ECP 34, and the question was asked, particularly posed by fed farmers, why do we need this extra level of regulation in the plan when we've got regulations that should be able to deal with it? And there was quite a lot of evidence given that those regulations are not well understood and not well known, and that generally farmers, for example, are looking to the plan to tell them what they can and can't do, and that the regulations generally are not well known or well understood. Is that a fair comment?
Yeah, exactly. It usually becomes the ambulance at the bottom of the cliff rather than the fence at the top, is our experience.
Yeah, you mentioned a lot of it is in relation to earthworks, but when you're actually implementing your asset or operating your asset or doing pole replacements, earthworks would be pretty minimal, wouldn't they? It's just to dig the pole or to
it is
potentially some access tracks or something like that.
So consents would probably only start to apply when we actually build new infrastructure, largely because we have existing rights sort of thing. So you did right there with regards to replacing or maintaining our poles, which we dig out. You're probably only making a 2 square metre ditch, but we still have to comply with earthworks requirements.
Yeah, well, we obviously be dealing with earthworks down the line during this.
We've done a pretty good, Mel can comment on that, done a pretty good job with the plans to date and getting as much as we can permitted.
Yeah.
So we're only dealing with the things that fall outside where our drafting hasn't been as good as it could have been. But yeah, do you want to comment on that, Mel?
Yeah, I guess it'll get thrashed out at the EI hearings as well.
Yeah.
And we've worked pretty hard with the council to try and agree where we can on provisions and things. So
Okay, thank you.
One of the thorny issues that always arises is what is maintenance and what is upgrade, and we'll face that further down the track. But where do you draw the line on what's maintenance and what's upgrade, which may have different types of consenting requirements?
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And a lot of plans around the country have sought to define exactly or precisely what they mean in the context of a particular asset. So, yeah. Okay, thank you.
Kia ora and good morning. I'd just like a little bit of clarification. I appreciate we all need power, yeah? I mean, we need those lines and working alongside Transpower to be able to get that energy to be able to distribute out. I was interested around the setbacks and, my colleague here has asked around the provisions, but I was thinking more in terms of the regulatory rules around the use of going across Māori land, and more importantly, looking at with growth and everything that we're currently looking at those setbacks in relation to native growth, and where that actually might sit within your process, like going through a consenting process, or more importantly, consideration in terms of those corridors and how you might go through those corridors. And I'm just wondering what, some of the process that you might go through in terms of that considerations, what considerations?
So, okay, it's a really good question. The majority of our network sits within the road corridor, and so as of right, we don't generally come up, or the plantings that we usually come up against are hedges. That'll be the great stuff in the Selwyn district anyway. Obviously in Christchurch, it's a lot of urban sort of specimen trees or not non-native trees sort of thing, eh? When we are looking to go out over boundary, what we call over boundary, so effectively, no longer in the road corridor, that's usually for a reason. And it's, so for example, a prime example, or main examples that we do is, obviously somebody's wanting to put a new irrigation pump in, or there is a supply. So we don't go over boundary unless there is a need to actually supply electricity. And in this case, if we were working over, should we say, significant land, then we always discuss with all of the stakeholders what it is, and we don't always take, should we say, the easiest route as well. So the beauty is that we don't have to go in a straight line. We can go around and also accommodate a number of, if there are significant plantings there, then accommodate that. We also have the option, and there is an option to obviously underground as well. So therefore, the overhead thing doesn't come in. The issue with that, because a lot of people say, well, why don't we just underground everything? Is that it's actually, it's very, very expensive, and it's possibly not as resilient as a lot of people think as well. Overhead lines is a cheap and effective way, and very, very easy to restore. The issues that we had in Christchurch with the assets we had there were largely underground cables that had to be rejointed. That takes very, very specialist sort of work. You can't, you're constrained in what you can actually do in a very, very fast way. With an overhead line, you can potentially do should we say, a suboptimal sort of solution to keep the power back on. So I appreciate that this is coming. I'm just trying to say that, yes, we have a number of mechanisms. And look, if we're going over boundary, it's largely the customer that would have to say, okay, why are we going through this way? It's not really Orion. So Orion wouldn't generally come through and just build a corridor through somebody's property that wasn't being supplied. We don't generally do that anymore. That's historically how it was done. I'm not aware of anything in the last 8 years that I've been in Orion that we've done that, where we've, say, compulsorily acquired some land or put a corridor through somebody's land that wasn't willing. We nowadays, after 1992 and the Electricity Act, we have to get an easement for all of our assets anyway. So it's a negotiated process.
I'd just like to go one more step further, and maybe it's a question of Ms. Applegard, but just wondering, within the proposed district plan, in regards to the provisions, I'd just like to know your view on whether there is enough within those provisions to enable you to work with those corridors, within those corridors, in terms of development, i.e. looking at native growth within those new developments. Do you think there's enough provision leeway in there to enable you to be able to work within the new developments that could be to enable native?
Do you want, what, Mel, you might want to.
Sorry, do you mean like new planting
Could be
or
new
protection of
planting
existing
and
areas?
maintaining what is already existing if you were going out into the wider areas of development. Is it
I think it's acknowledged that, we are into consenting territory when we get into those areas. And as Gary mentioned, we would look at, do we really have to go through any protected areas first up? And as Gary said as well, it's very limited. I think as most of the networks within the road corridor, so we're not going to be into that issue very often.
We try to avoid it if we can,
Yeah.
is probably the
Yeah,
answer.
exactly.
And again,
And it's going to be such
Yeah.
a
how,
very
you know,
few
are the
and far between.
provisions there for you to enable you to work within the process?
Yes.
The
I'd say
answer would
largely.
be yes. Yeah.
Largely because natives take so long to grow. Because we inspect our lines or by law every 5 years. You can't not the longest that you cannot inspect something is 5 years. So we'd be able to come across this and work with landowners. We do that on a daily basis, work with people that have planted, should we say, in this case, things that are not appropriate to be planted. But natives, slow growers, don't generally go that high, usually pretty good.
Kia ora, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hayes. No further questions from me.
Now, we don't have a summary for Mel because her summary is included within the body of her evidence. So you're just going to speak to that.
Would you like me to?
Well, we've already
Speak
read
to-
it, so but if
so
you
that's
wish to
fine.
emphasise
So
key
go
points,
straight
you
to
can.
questions.
But
Questions,
you
great.
can if you're happy with that.
Absolutely.
If you do want to give, I don't want to close you off if you were wanting to give a summary, but we have read it. So, but
I
it's over
trust
to
that
you.
you've read it.
Yeah,
You're
thank you.
welcome. Happy to take questions.
Appreciate that. So, Vet, questions from Ms. Foot? Lindsay?
Yeah, just a few. In your evidence in chief at para 24, excuse me, I'll just get that. You say, and it's a contextual thing more than anything else, but you say that the long-term plan and Selwyn District Development Strategy are both prepared under the RMA. I'll read some evidence for witness later on, but they're not both under the RMA, are they?
Sorry, I didn't quite hear everything you said there.
All right, para 24, you
Oh, the
say the
local
long-term
government act.
plan and the district development strategy are both prepared under the RMA. Isn't the long-term plan
Sorry.
prepared under the
Local
Government Act?
Yes.
And and presumably the Selwyn District Development Strategy didn't go through an RMA process, a Schedule 1 process or anything like that?
Yep.
Okay, so that's fine. And then my next question is in relation to your paras 34 and 39, in relation to your comments on incompatible activities and reverse sensitivity effects. I see in some of the later evidence today, there's an explanation of what the differences are and the genesis of why, or the reasons why you are proposing that. But on first flush, when reading it, isn't incompatible activities and reverse sensitivity effects pretty much the same thing? What does it actually add to that particular objective relating to district well-being?
I think there's enough of a distinction, and in my view, it's just aligning with the terminology used in the RPS.
Yeah.
So in my view, I'd like to see that followed through.
I always look at it as reverse sensitivity tends to be.
Sorry, Ms Appleyard, if we can let the witness answer the
Sorry,
questions, that would be appreciated. Thank you. We'll come to you after the witness.
Incompatible activities is a more of a general term, and that relates to different activities in different zones. I don't know, as I said in my evidence, you have residential activities up against industrial activities. Whereas reverse sensitivity, I think, can be distinguished as being different, and it relates to an existing lawful activity where you introduce intensification next to a sensitive activity, which may limit the ability of the existing activity to operate. So I think there's enough of a distinguishing difference between that terminology.
So you see it as a belts and braces approach to that,
Absolutely,
to have
yes.
both of those things, even though there might be some subtle differences, or on first flush you could read them as meaning the same.
Correct.
Okay. Moving now to your para 42, where you talk about the introduction of a specific policy, and this is the theme a lot today with other witnesses as well, and at the strategic directions level. Structurally, are the identified matters in that particular policy which the various parties are proposing are of such significance to warrant a departure from the approach which has been taken in the plan to not have policies under the strategic directions, and leaving those matters of more detail to the various chapters which deal specifically with that issue, in your case, potentially energy and infrastructure?
Sure.
Why, for this particular reason, is there one policy under a strategic directions objective, whereas you could potentially look across the board at various other district-wide issues that there are, urban growth's been a big issue which has been raised with us so far, and there has been some suggestion from Kaingaora, for example, about transferring policies across there. What's the purpose of strategic directions, and what's the purpose of a policy under the strategic directions when the detail or the implementation of the various objectives is normally left to a activity or a location specific provision?
Sure. So that's a very good question. Thank you. So first of all, I'll just touch on the hierarchy issue amongst the plan itself. So obviously strategic directions sits at the top of the hierarchy, and then all the other policies, they sit underneath. So the strategic objectives are really important for setting the scene, and they provide the overall context for the district plan, direction for all the other chapters, and in the end, hopefully you'll end up with an integrated framework for the whole district. It's important from Orion's perspective that the strategic directions provide real clarity and a level of prescription to ensure that the district plan is well functioning. At the end of the day, the important infrastructure providers, they rely heavily on the provisions to protect and enable their operations. So I think it's finding that balance between not enough prescription or too much. And I think what we're proposing kind of reaches that middle road. And secondly, Orion operates cross-boundary within the city, Greater Christchurch, and also wider Selwyn. And ideally, it would be nice to have provisions that are aligned between the city and the district as much as we can.
Okay. So,
And secondly, the second part of the question is, well, why can't our provisions be just in the EI chapter? I think is what you were alluding to there.
yeah.
Our amendments are sought to highlight the significance of important infrastructure. As mentioned in my evidence under the RPS, the network is defined as critical infrastructure, strategic infrastructure, and also regionally significant infrastructure. It's important that for Orion, that reverse sensitivity is explicitly incorporated at that strategic level, because that matter actually infuses the whole plan And you'll hear evidence from us once we drill into the EI chapter that it's important that the provisions around buildings, activities are located within the necessary chapters and not necessarily just in the EI chapter. So you've got this multiple zone context and having a general reverse sensitivity objective for important infrastructure, I believe needs to be located up front in the strategic directions rather than lower down in the plan. This, and just finally, a couple more points if I may. The explicit provision sought around reverse sensitivity mirrors the explicitness provided in the RPS. And finally, as I mentioned before, it aligns with the specificity provided in the Christchurch District Plan.
Okay, so if you go to that policy, it deals with the proposed policy that you're looking at here under the effects of important infrastructure. You've got airport related matters, you've got port zone related matters, you've got dairy processing related matters, and you've got the electricity networks. Where is the other regionally significant infrastructure? Where is highways, rail lines,
Sure, and we're open to
potentially telecommunications networks and so forth? It seems to me that it's been developed by the planners, if you like, involved for the submitters in relation to those matters, and has been suggested as a policy underneath the strategic objectives, when potentially the view could be that those matters are actually better dealt with in other parts of the plan at a policy level, and then you potentially don't disrupt the purity, if you like, of the strategic objectives as being an objectives only provision. Comment on that?
So the planning standards, the national planning standards, when you talk about them under the mandatory directions for the strategic direction part, it actually says you can have policies under the strategic directions that address matters unless those policies are better located in the chapter. And I've gone through the reasons why I think that you can have the policy up front. For those reasons around Orion's interests, infuse the whole plan.
If you if you would have those particular provisions in a, say, energy and infrastructure chapter instead, would that there wouldn't be a dilution of the importance of those provisions by them being not in the strategic directions?
Well, I think there would be a dilution because the strategic direction sets the key objectives for the whole district, and it sets the primacy of those. So I think it would signal the importance of them if they were in the strategic directions rather than the EI chapter.
Okay, all right, we'll hear from some others on that. I did have one other matter. Your para 44 and about SDIR 03, effects of important infrastructure. And you've recast it by basically swapping out the words minimised for managed in there. I notice there's no definition of minimised, but it is a term which is used throughout the plan and generally has a dictionary definition behind it. Do you not think that it is important for important infrastructure to have at an objective level are trying to reduce the adverse effects of their activities to the least amount practicable approach, which is my understanding of minimised, whereas managed can be, well, you do what you can with the cards you've been dealt, if you can follow that analogy. So can you just really just a little bit explain about the thinking in between the recasting from a minimising adverse effects approach to a managing adverse effects approach?
So the wording proposed still recognises that there are adverse effects. And by managing, you can still minimise. I guess we would be open to having minimise cast back in there. It's not a big deal. I mean, Orion seeks to minimise its effects in everything it does where it can.
Sure, and
So-
that's so the objective of everybody, isn't it? To try and
Absolutely.
do as least harm as you can in your activities.
I mean, we're open to discussions around the wording.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you. In terms of the term reverse sensitivity, you've made the point that that's used explicitly in the CRPS. Because we're at early days in terms of this process, is the term reverse sensitivity used elsewhere in the PDP? Are you aware?
Off the top of my head.
It's okay if you don't know. I was just curious because I just at some stage need to know whether reverse sensitivity is at the lower level because you're seeking to put it at the higher level and whether it's necessary to link up with those lower level objectives. You can come back to me on that if you wish.
Just trying to remember.
No, I'm just trying, I can't, I've got a couple of plans. Does anyone know whether it's in the EI? We'll check. that.
We'll check there.
Yep, that's all right.
We haven't
Come
got to
back to me
that
on that.
stage
Yeah.
of.
One of the other planners might be able, because these submissions run across.
Okay,
Generally at the objective level, it uses incompatible activities, and then at the policy level, it uses reverse sensitivity.
okay, that's useful to know. Thank you. And the only other question I had was a follow on from Commissioner Daish's question about the list of critical infrastructure, if you like. And I think Mr. Daish made the point, it appears to be that those items, the airport and the dairy zone and port zone, relate to the clients, if you like, of the planners concerned. I'm not sure if you answered that question. I think you started to say, Ms. Foote, that you were open to potentially expanding that list, but the planners from those other utility authorities presumably weren't involved in that exercise.
It was all quite last minute,
No.
like a few days
Okay.
before evidence was due. I mean, certainly open to including the other providers. And I know Transpower, I flicked through their evidence. One
And-
alternative option they provided was a policy as well.
And the sort of follow-on question, would it be more succinct to refer to critical infrastructure generally rather than trying to itemise some and potentially missing some from a drafting point of view?
In my preference, I think it's better to list it, and we'll get to the definition of important infrastructure and what's in and out in the not too distant future. So perhaps we can revisit that list then, because there'll be further evidence around that.
Yes. I want to talk about reverse sensitivity as well. We have read a number of submissions explaining that reverse sensitivity should be included alongside incompatible activities. An objective SDDIO2, although when examples were given, it didn't make my understanding of the distinction between the two any easier. In fact, it confused me until I read the Hort New Zealand explanation at paragraph 7.10 of Miss Wolf's EIC, where she said the presence of incompatible activities doesn't necessarily lead to reverse sensitivity, though it may well be a precursor. By including reverse sensitivity in the objective, it makes it clear that reverse sensitivity may be a consequence of the location of incompatible activities. Would you agree with her explanation?
Yes. Yeah, no, that's a good explanation.
Yeah. And my next question, I've got two more questions. Several submitters have requested specific wording relating to other values to be included in the strategic objectives. For instance, CDHB recommended that the word health be referenced in two objectives, SDDI01 and UDF03. The Section 42A report recommends accepting this reference in SDDI01, but not in the UDF03. Part of the reason for not accepting the reference
is because it is already addressed in the proposed amendment DI01. If we were to accept the section 42A report recommendation and referencing health in one strategic objective, what sound reason could you give us to then accept the reference of reverse sensitivity along with incompatible activities in 3 objectives, plus your recommended new objective specific to reverse sensitivity?
Sorry, that's a long question.
Nutshell, I think what the Commissioner is asking is how many times would the strategic objectives need to refer to reverse sensitivity, given the objectives need to be read as a whole?
Well, the key for us is the O2 proposed wording. We're open to discussions around the need for it to be incorporated, but at the end of the day, it's an important issue, and I think it needs to be given due consideration. It's important to be located throughout. Yeah.
No, thank you, Rob. You've explained it well. Thank you. That I don't need to ask. My next question was going to be, do you think that's an overkill?
No, definitely not. I mean, important infrastructure is given under the RPS. It's as I outlined before, you've got the 3 definitions, and the importance can't be underestimated. So from Orion's perspective, lifeline utility, yeah, it's an important part of the district, and it needs to be reflected up front in those strategic directions. Yeah, super important. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Hey, thank you for your evidence, Ms. Wood. Just a couple of questions. So one's a little bit of a follow-on from Commissioner Daish's questioning. So paragraph 37 in your evidence, I think you referred to reverse sensitivity and the importance of it being explicitly incorporated at the strategic direction level. And your rationale there is the matter issue infuses across multiple zone chapters in the district plan. And given this multiple zone context, it needs to be in strategic direction. So in my understanding is district-wide chapters apply across all the zones. Is that your understanding? Mm-hmm. And if that's the case, then couldn't it simply just be in the infrastructure energy chapter?
So this was going to get thrashed out at the
Yes.
EI chapter hearing, obviously. As part of our submission for that chapter, we've sought to have the corridor protection provisions put into the other chapters where they're not at the moment. So, lost my chain of thought now. Sorry. So it does it will cross those multiple chapters.
Do you want to ask the question again?
Sorry.
Yeah, so thank you. So it was just looking at your rationale for this argument around having provisions in the strategic directions. That was all. And I was just referring back to your evidence at paragraph 37, and you said one of the reasons, or the reason you've given in this paragraph, is that reverse sensitivity infuses multiple zone chapters. And given its multiple zone context, it is important that it's in strategic directions. And I'm simply suggesting to you the district-wide chapter, infrastructure and energy, also crosses multiple zone chapters. And that's your argument for including the strategic directions. But if that chapter already does that, then isn't that sufficient?
I guess we have a few concerns around, as I said before, the corridor protection provisions all being located in one chapter. As notified, doesn't work well structurally. For instance, you have a farmer goes to the rural chapter when he's building a house, but there's no corridor protection provisions in there, so we're sought for those to be going into the other zone chapters. So I think it's important to signal upfront within strategic directions to have that overview, because a farmer may not just go to the infrastructure chapter. He'd be more likely to go to, say, the rural chapter or whatever.
So would that also apply to earthworks and a number of other district-wide provisions?
Yeah, and well, that'll get threshed out
Okay.
further down the track.
So my last question, so paragraph 42, and it's the reworded objective 2, effects on important infrastructure. So I just noticed you'd used the word protect in there. And in your evidence, you talk about the regional policy statement. And I think so, for instance, policy 635, clause 5 talks about managing the effects on land use activities, including avoiding activities that potential to limit the efficient effective operation. So I'm just interested in the word, the RPS talks about avoiding, and you've talked about protecting infrastructure. I just questioned, are they in your mind the same thing? Protect infrastructure versus avoiding adverse effects, is it the same thing?
Mm.
And if it is the same thing, then would you also be comfortable with just simply having the wording from the RPS?
Yeah, relaxed around that.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Open to discussions around that further.
Just as a follow-up from that last question, I note that notified objective SDI-R01 also talks about protecting the operation of important infrastructure. So it's already in the plan by way of a concept. So I just have a couple of questions relating to your evidence. And again, at paragraph 42, it's obviously abundantly clear to you and all the submitters who will follow that your proposed SDIRP1 has caught the attention of the panel. And my question is, of those matters listed in your SDIRP1, any of matters 1 to 5 not already covered in the EI chapter? Is there anything new?
I can't speak for the other, I've only focused on Orion's interests.
Sure.
So,
Well, let's have the answer from Orion's perspective then.
the EI chapter needs a bit of work, just,
That wasn't my question. My question was that, is that matter specific to Orion covered in the EI chapter already?
yes, it is.
Yeah. Okay, and I'll ask the same question of the other planners. And I just thought since you'd caucused, you might be able to give a collective answer, but appreciate you're not able to do that. That's fine. Now, I just want to come also ask a couple of questions about your potential or your request to rewrite SDIR02, which again is at paragraph 42. What does the safe development, upgrade, maintenance and operation of infrastructure mean?
This is probably something one of the other planning witnesses can probably comment on.
Okay.
It was drafted by others.
All right. What does the efficient development, upgrade, maintenance and operation of infrastructure mean?
Yeah. Sorry, we were just sidetracked there. Can you
What
please
does the
repeat?
efficient development, upgrade, maintenance and operation of infrastructure mean?
Well, obviously from a business perspective, from Orion, you need to be efficient in how you develop, and having enabling rules would allow that to happen.
So is that directed at Orion's internal business activity? Or
Beg your pardon?
is that directed at Orion's internal business activity when you say efficient?
Well, it will be across the board.
What do you mean by across the board?
Oh, in terms of implementing on the ground through to going through consenting processes. Ideally, that needs to be efficient.
So the word efficient in your view then relates to the consenting process?
Principally.
Okay. And what does effective development, upgrade, maintenance and operation of infrastructure mean?
I guess that could mean a few different things. It could encompass things technological advances. Principally that.
Logical advances, okay, thanks. And I'm not trying to be difficult in asking these questions, it's just as a decision maker, I'm always interested in thinking, what would this have me do? And hence a need to understand what the words mean from your perspective, since you were part of the team who drafted them. All right, thank you very much for that. No further questions from me. So Ms. Appleyard, you wanted to see if we had any questions from the legal submission?
Just on the last point, who is safe, efficient and effective, I'd just like to ask Gary to comment on that. This, one of the issues is about physically how you get in and do works and how quickly you can do them and what it's going to cost you. So you might just want to comment on it from a practical perspective. We've seen some of those photos about what happens and what you're having to do when you've got something built under or built where it's not meant to be built. So do you just want to perhaps talk about what safe, efficient and effective means from a Ryan's perspective in terms of doing things?
Yeah, for sure. Okay, so obviously safe for us. So when we work on our network, we don't always work on it with it de-energized. When it's de-energized, you have a lot more ability to work around things. The issue being is that when we work on things de-energized, the power goes off to the end users. So we try and minimize that. In fact, we're actually regulated to minimize that. If we're going to work on things live or what we call live or with the power on, we have a number of, once again, industry practices or prescriptions that says that we have to behave in a certain way and we have to keep distances away to enable us to work that. The issue is that if we have non-Iran assets around that, constraining that, our ability to actually undertake that in a safe way with the energy on is considerably constrained. So the photo that we had before of that building being built next to the line, that's obviously a metal shed that metal conducts. If we're working with it live, that is actually a hazard to us because we would generally be working in an equal potential zone, or we'd effectively try and make ourselves so we are not at the same potential as the Earth, so we can actually operate, so we can actually work on the 66,000 volts live. That's what safe for us means, is and the constraints of that. Efficient for us, obviously you're dead right in saying that we've got to make sure that our own business processes are efficient, but largely in this area it's reflective of what the processes that the council have. And efficient doesn't necessarily mean for us, because it's largely borne by the customer. If, say, for example, it takes us a while to get a consent to be able to put our line in, that's just a delay to the customer. And if we have to put a different route in or different considerations, that's cost is generally borne by the customer as well. So that's what I think we largely is. It's not Iran just flows those costs through and that timing through. So it's largely the end user that's the person that's affected by that sort of thing. That's the efficiency there that we're pushing for, is that hopefully we can minimise it to our end user, not to ourselves.
Thank you. Now, my legal submission, I wasn't going to go through that, but I might just pick up on some of the questions that have been asked, and I may get ahead of Commissioner Daish in particular in relation to some of those issues. But first, in relation to the question about the list of infrastructure in the proposed policy on reverse sensitivity, it does include the words including by, and the examples that are given there aren't really as a result of the planners, it's really as a result of having one legal advisor. These are just examples, and this happened in the Christchurch context as well, that as other submitters that we don't appear for came forward, they were effectively Me Too's being asked to be added to the list, and that list did expand as the Christchurch process went forward, and that's why the words including by are there. There was a objection raised in that process about, well, what about the parties that haven't come forward and asked? And the response of the panel was there, well, as if they haven't asked, that's their issue, that this is their opportunity, that's their ability to come and ask. We have been contacted by a couple of other infrastructure providers who have indicated that they will be asking the panel to include them in the list as well, but we don't act for those parties and we can't speak for them. it's not an exclusive list, which is why the words including by are there. In relation to the difference between incompatible activities and reverse sensitivity, there's a good example given by Mr. Bonis when he comes forward in relation to the airport. So you'll be able to tease that out a little bit more with him. And I think the quote from, was it CDHB? I would agree with that. Hawke New Zealand, sorry, I would agree with that. Reverse sensitivity has tended to be the matters that people complain about, and it tends to be the amenity ones. So it's usually something like noise or odour. It tends to be in those categories that will lead to a complaint and then will lead to potential restrictions on activity, which is already existing activity. So it's about the parties that come to the nuisance. Incompatible activities, I think, is wider, and that it could apply at the stage before you've got something that's established there, and you're talking about whether you put one zone next to another zone, for example. So in relation to reverse sensitivity, Mr. Bonis gives the example of bird strike, and the airport might be seeking some restrictions on where you can put certain types of activities. That's not like something to be that somebody's going to complain about. Where they do complain about things like noise, we are saying, well, it will be incompatible to put a landfill on the flight path of an airport that's going to lead to increased bird strike risk. But that's not something that the owner of that land is likely to say, we're complaining about birds or we're complaining about planes. So the reverse sensitivity stuff does, certainly in the sense of the case law that's been developed to date, appear to relate to the amenity things that people do kick up about and then make complaints, and that is what leads to the restriction. So I think the incompatibility issue is wider than the reverse sensitivity issue. I don't know if that answers the question, but that is one example that I could give. Commissioner Van Voorthuysen's questions about the list of things we've included under the reverse sensitivity topic and whether they're included in other chapters. I can speak generally because I do act for those other parties. Orion's probably the one that comes closest to having this provision in the energy and infrastructure chapter, and that is because its assets are located in the district. There's a whole lot of enabling provisions in that energy and infrastructure chapter, and you don't need to be a rocket scientist when you're a farmer to think there's a line over there, maybe there's some restrictions. But taking the airport examples, there is not a policy in the energy and infrastructure chapter dealing with noise sensitive activities within the 50 LDN contour. And one of the reasons for that might be because the asset isn't in the district. So logically, you might not be thinking when you own a piece of land, there's an airport in the city, I should go and read the energy and infrastructure chapter to find a policy about what I'm constrained from doing. And there is nothing anywhere regarding bird strike. So there's different answers for different of these activities that are listed, which is one of the reasons why we say they need to go in strategic directions. The airport provisions in particular are quite difficult to put into any chapter other than the zones where the land is, which is being affected. And I've got some real reservations about bird strike and noise contours going into energy and infrastructure when the asset isn't in the district. So there's not a whole lot of enabling provisions sitting alongside that. So I don't know if that helps with that answer. There was another question that was asked I was going to answer, but I'm sure one of you will come up with it when you ask me.
Andrew, any questions? Any questions on legal matters?
Thank you. Well, my first question is it's directed at you, but actually I appreciate that maybe Ms. Foote or Mr. Hayes might be better to answer it. But it's just come up because I noted against a paragraph in your evidence. So, paragraph 19, you talk about
of my submission
of your legal submission. Thank you. Yes. You talk about Ryan seeks continuity and consistency with the planning framework in Christchurch City as much as possible.
Where was that? Sorry, I'm looking at. Sorry, I was looking at Ms. Foote's.
Sure.
Is this, yes, so this was something that Ms. Foot touched on in relation to cross-boundary issue and how the city has dealt with it. I suspect that-
Maybe if you just wait for the question, and then we can have the.
Yeah, so I'll get the question out because I mean, it may well be that Ms. Foot or Mr. Hayes is a better place to respond, but it's just I noted it against your paragraph 19. So the comment, the question, the comment in your evidence is around seeking consistency with Christchurch City, and you refer to Christchurch District Plan Strategic Direction 3312 and its framework and how it manages or covers or approaches Orion's assets. And so I had a look at 3312, and then I had a look at what Ms. Foot is proposing in the strategic direction for Selwyn District. And so my question is, 3312 in Christchurch City only refers to identifies 66 kV and 33 kV and a Heathcote to Littleton 11 kV line, and that's what it refers to. Okay, and so whereas the proposed objective, or sorry, proposed policy 5, clause 5 in policy 1 in Ms. Foot's evidence refers to adverse effects on the electricity network as well. So just exploring, is that actually the same as what Christchurch City has, or is it broader than?
I'll half answer the question and then Ms. Foot can answer the question about specific drafting. That the purpose of me making the statement in paragraph 19 was just to highlight that generally the issue was seen as a strategic matter in Christchurch specifically, and specifically identified in the strategic directions chapter rather than somewhere else. So that was the point of that. But insofar as specific wording goes, Mel, you might want to comment on that.
Well, the key here was to include the SEDLs and to have that general comment around the network as a whole. Obviously, it's important infrastructure, so we wanted to encompass both the SEDLs and the network generally.
Sure. So I'm interested that goes beyond what Christchurch City did, I think, as I understand it, and maybe Mr. Hayes can answer that.
Sorry, carry on.
Yeah, just that it seems to me that it goes quite significantly beyond what Christchurch City did.
I can comment on a little bit on that. So the Christchurch process, Orion's submission wasn't the most fabulous submission, and we did have some scope issues to the extent that the panel had to actually get us to re-notify Orion's submission insofar as it related to the lines and the protection we were seeking. So rightly or wrongly, we had some scope issues with the submissions. So the panel was quite confining in what it was going to allow us to do. And I think the fact we ended up in strategic directions, given the way that submission was worded, was actually quite lucky. So there was a little bit of background there in terms of the particular wording that we sought at the time. We're a little bit more sophisticated now, I suppose, is the answer.
I can add to one thing to that as well. In the Christchurch district, Christchurch City plan, the 66 or sub-transmission lines, or sorry, bear with me, this significant electricity distribution line that we are using within the Selwyn District Council, that only relates to effectively maybe about 3 or 4 lines. We don't have the same amount of overhead line for sub-transmission. And in fact, actually, as we identified, there was one 11 kV line that was what we deemed to be a significant line. That's a line that feeds Littleton. It doesn't run at 66 or 33,000 volts. It runs at 11,000 volts. But we deemed it significant enough because if that was effectively damaged or any way or capacity was constrained, then obviously we wouldn't be able to feed Littleton. So we wasn't probably as mature as Joe was just talking about there with regards to how we put it. So this time we decided to say, okay, no longer are we looking at voltages, we're more looking at the strategic lines, and we have a significant amount, 250 kilometres, I think I put in my submission, where we probably only got, I don't know, just off the top of my head, probably about 30 or 40 kilometres there. Greater majority of the 66 or sub-transmission is underground in the Christchurch City District.
So just as a follow-up, so it's Orion's intention or preference that the strategic direction does refer to all of the electricity network, including the 400 volts, not just the 66 and 33 and 11,000 kV. It's the whole network.
Yes, and we would have had that in the city had we not been constrained by our poor drafting. So we would have sought that. Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Given one of the arguments in paragraph 19 is about seeking continuity and consistency, I guess that then creates a consistency back, but I guess that can be resolved in future plan changes for Christchurch District.
Mm.
So just one final question. So paragraph 22, and you helpfully provide some background around Christchurch District Plan Strategic Directions chapter, and including what the panel went on to say around how strategic directions should be designed, and the reasoning on the function of strategic directions foreshadow the formal acknowledgement of this approach in the national planning standards. So just a question for you. So I appreciate what you've said there. Does the national planning standards themselves, though the current ones, actually require the objectives and policies and the rest of the plan to be expressed and achieved in a manner consistent with strategic directions?
I think that's implicit.
Okay.
Yeah, there's the words aren't written there, but I think that's implicit in the interpretation of it. And I did see the legal submissions for Kaingaora, and they referred to the Derby decision in Queenstown, where there was some discussion about what the role is of these strategic directions, and I would agree with what the court said there.
Okay. Other submitters have suggested otherwise. Okay. All right, thank you.
Probably not a question, it's more a comment. You made the comment about the other infrastructure providers saying me too. We're about to finish the strategic directions hearings tomorrow morning, and we've seen all the evidence, but we haven't heard anything saying from any of the other infrastructure providers that have been before us, and we've had Transpower and Waka Kotahi in particular. They haven't said anything to us in relation to that. So in terms of scope, if we were to accept this as it is, how we deal with it if we're potentially concerned about others who have potentially been missed out from your list?
Yeah, so one of the matters is that this is a whole plan hearing. So this is not just a strategic directions hearing. So you're going to be hearing from those parties in energy and infrastructure and other chapters. So if they come along asking for the same or a similar policy, I don't think the fact that they ask for it in the energy and infrastructure chapter hearing precludes you from saying, well, we've heard that, but we think it would be better placed with strategic objectives. So you're in one hearing, it's just happens to be that you're sitting week by week and dealing with different chunks of it. But as I understand it, there's going to be one decision at the end. And I'm sure there's going to be things moved all around the show. The point is that it's in the plan and it's in the appropriate place. And I don't think you're precluded from moving it from one place to another when you hear from those parties.
Yeah, it would depend on the nature of the submissions to some extent, though, wouldn't it?
Yeah, there may well be some scope issues because I don't know what other parties have asked for, which is why we put the words including by in there. And the same issue arises in Christchurch. There were some parties, I think Waka Kotahi might have been one, where the panel was quite clear in its decision to say, well, these ones were included because these particular parties came along and asked us to specifically identify them, but that doesn't mean to say there's not others, which is why the words including by is there. And obviously there will be a definition of important infrastructure, which will include presumably more than the parties that have come forward today. So that definition will be helpful as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. No further questions from me on the legal issues. Thank you very much for that. But Mr. Love, in terms of your reply report to us, can you please take the recommended policy SDIRP1 that's been the focus of a number of questions, and in your reply report, can you identify for us where else in the plan that those 5 particular matters are dealt with? For example, I note that the noise sensitive activities of the airport are dealt with in noise -P3 as at a policy level, but I haven't gone through the whole plan and you're familiar with it, more familiar than us. So if you could do a little table indicating if and where those matters are already dealt with elsewhere in the plan, that would be helpful. Great, thank you very much.
Thank you, that's helpful. Now, I think we have another submitter before we have Carter Group.
Yeah, we
So
do.
would you like me to move?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks.
You sure? I'll just, that's fine, I'll put them in this file, make some room for you.
Jill Thompson.
So it's a copy of the base paper if people are interested in what's on it.
Very much. Can you get one of those? I've got one of these. So don't you want that?
Oh, can I put it into this?
Right. So Tina, just we've been handed out 2 documents.
Oh.
We don't all have both of them.
Oh, you, I'll explain their relevance in a moment, but that article, and I can supply more copies if the panel's interested, is basically, I think it's going to be part of the IPCC next stage report.
No, it's more just a procedural thing. I'm not sure we all have copies of the material that's been handed
Oh,
out.
you have, each person has a copy of it?
No, I don't
One
have one of
page.
those.
So it's a summary of the article.
Is there another one of those?
I'll hand it.
That's Gary's one. Yeah, one of those. Okay, cool, got it. All right, thank you very much. Good morning and welcome. Thank you for being so patient.
Right.
And over to you to, well, sorry, I should say that we thank you very much for your submission, which we've read. And now it's over to you to highlight key points that you wish to draw to our attention in terms of the strategic directions part of the plan. So
Thank you. I'll
over to
just
you.
introduce myself. I'm Dr. Jill Thompson. I've been involved in resource management since I was a select committee clerk working on the resource management bill in 1991. And have been for the past 6 years, I've been contract lecturer at Lincoln University teaching resource management law. And I use it in my life as farmer with resource consents and in my city life as also resource consents and submitting on plans up in the North Island. My concern with the plan, and particularly strategic directions, starts with the introductory statement for the plan, where there's an error in the first paragraph which says sustainable development, and I think that helped shape the strategic directions and flowed right through the plan. Of course, the Resource Management Act talks about strategic management, which is use, development and protection. And I think that for years, the resource management system was trotting along quite nicely, while the protection part had been forgotten. And it was only when the Supreme Court in King Salmon reminded people through reviewing the Marlborough District Plan that, that the issue and its relation to King Salmon was that input protection has got equal value as use and development. And I think that that's been forgotten with the way that the plan starts here, with the focus on development, forgetting about protection. And I'm sure that, and I know that Carter Group cross-submitted against my submission on this. And I think that the developers were happy for years, and it was really the only change now for the Natural and Built Environments Act. And that has come from concerns that protection is inconvenient. So these strategic directions, I think they're too focused on development. I haven't provided wording to you because I'm sure as a group of experts, you're able to work out how you would like to include protection within these strategic directions. But with this focus just on development, it's not really representing the plan, it's representing the Resource Management Act. It creates a huge gap that would be lawful. I think you could appeal on that basis. And also it doesn't provide certainty. So while Mr. Love responded in the Section 42A report to my submission saying that, well, King Salmon deals with it, and if you're comprehensive in your plan, then you don't have to come back to part 2. But I think there are gaps in this plan set by the tone of the strategic directions where you can, in fact, come back to part 2, because King Salmon said at paragraph 88 that there are 3 gaps. One is where the plan has been invalidly made. Another one, or the planning document's been invalidly made. Another one where you've got gaps. So you've got incomplete coverage. And I think the lack of focus on protection here does create a huge gap that I think you need to address. And the final one is uncertainty. And I think that there are levels of uncertainty. I agree with previous people that I didn't pick up that strategic direction 2 for district identity was about reverse sensitivity, not clearly. So it was only when it was in the response in the Section 42A report that I thought, well, perhaps that could have been said explicitly. But also everything's about development. And I think that's setting the tone. And I think for the rezoning issues, which I was told I can't submit on, is that there is this rush for development to make it a more prosperous district. And I think sometimes prosperity comes in various forms. There's a lot of talk about amending government legislation to bring in well-beings and to incorporate those in legislation and make them more accountable, in the same way that poverty reduction is now part of the Public Finance Act and a requirement to report on it. So I think the way we measure development, we measure prosperity within a district or within any part of New Zealand is changing to recognise that it's not just about money and jobs, it is about other aspects of our lifestyle. So I would like to see the panel amend these directions to recognise that people are important. The other thing is that, and I provided you a summary of an article that I think is coming into the next IPCC stage 2, which is about the impacts that we're going to see on humans. And that article talked about that in the next 50 years, in less than 50 years, if we keep going at the rate we are without the mitigation, and the report on Tuesday showed very clearly that we're rocketing to destruction with high levels, is that we're going to have 3.5 billion climate refugees. And we talk about the environment here and how it's great. It's recently been in the media about how we have 40 million, we provide food for 40 million people, where we only have 5 million. But we're going to need to have to do better, because we're going to have 1.5, even if we take all the remedial measures we need to do to lower climate change emissions quickly, we're going to have, even if we do all that, in 50 years' time, we're going to have 1.5 billion climate refugees. So we can ignore them, or we're going to be made to pay attention to them. And we need as much productive farmland as possible. The article talks about high-rise, concentrating people on high-rise areas, because we're going to have to feed so many more people on the land we've got. The draft proposed national policy statement on highly productive land said that classes 1 to 3 should be protected. Unfortunately, that's being withdrawn at the moment for a rewrite. But Selwyn district is well endowed with class 1 to 3 soils. I sit on class 1 soils. A bit soggy at the moment, but because it's next to the Selwyn River. But we've got these soils. We should be protecting them. We've got a responsibility to everyone right around the world to protect and improve our food production. More than 40 million people, we're going to have to feed more than that. So we're going to need to protect the soils. So this whole idea of development, subdivisions, rezoning, expanding, yes, that's short-term profit for the people that own the land, but it's not responsible in the long term. And I think that we're going to need to take a more long-term approach. And then the other point I made was about that if we can't do development, then at least we should remove the non-complying category in the thing. It seems to be a fallback, too hard basket option, but it shouldn't be there at all. The Randerson Committee, the Resource Management Review Panel, it talked about getting rid of non-complying activity, and yet it's sort of spread right through this proposed district plan. Non-complying is really a useless category in some ways. If you know what a proposal is, if you know the effects of a proposal, then you should be able to classify it as restricted discretionary. And you know where the effects are going to come from, so you can restrict your discretion to those activities. Well, if you don't know about a proposal, what the effects might be, if it's a new idea that hasn't been happened before, wasn't thought of when the plan was written, then discretionary activity is suitable. And that's what the court decided in Tandem Maritime Enhancement Limited, where the proposal was to sink some old wrecked dive boats off the Coromandel Peninsula. It wasn't covered by the plan. How do you, in Waikato Regional Council's plan, how do you deal with that? Well, they didn't say, oh, it's non-complying. They said it's discretionary. And so, and that's been written into, Section 87B of the Resource Management Act, where you don't know about something, you put it in, you put it as a discretionary activity, not as non-complying. So I'm concerned about the widespread use of non-complying because I think it's an out. It looks as if it's doing something, but all the tests you've got someone, the submitter or the applicant has to only meet two tests: either that the activities, just find the relevant bit, the activities will be minor. And I think there's an error in drafting there because it should be also or less than minor, but it's minor, or that the application will not be contrary to the objectives and policies of the relevant plan or the proposed plan. And that's where we come back to strategic directions. These are so wide that almost any development, if you look at the strategic directions level, no matter what, they're going to fall within, within the second test. So because it's an or, it's not an and. So I think that you need to either tidy up the strategic directions to make it clear that protection is important, as the Supreme Court indicated in 2014, or that, or both, that you get rid of the non-complying category in the plan, so that you're not writing off and making it easy for developers with this development focus that there is in the plan at the moment. So that's what I would like to see happen.
Thank you very much for that. And thank you for the article. Obviously, we can't ask you questions about that because it's an article that you didn't author, but we will read it. Thank you for that. I've just got a couple of questions for you initially. In terms of the matter of protection, did you have a look at Strategic Objective SD D104, which lists places, landscapes, features, and the officers have recommended, including Indigenous biodiversity, which is significant to Selwyn's character, and that objective ends with them being protected for future generations. So protection is in the strategic objectives.
I did, and I noted that it's very specific. It's too specific. It's about its character. Well, what is, you haven't defined Selwyn's character. What is it? I don't know. The cultural heritage, well, there's a list of things protected in the appendices: buildings, trees, areas of significance to Ngāi Tahu, I think. So that's very specific too. And then spiritual importance to Ngāi Tahu, that's for Ngāi Tahu to define, not for me. So again, it's very specific. It's not a general protection. But the other, so I recognise that I haven't objected to that or opposed that one. I've just noted it's very specific. And the other ones are wider and they promote development. So development will trump, if you're analysing any proposal in context of these objectives, development will win. unless you've got a protected tree on the property, or if you're adding biodiversity, perhaps the giant snail, perhaps if it relocates to this district, that sort of thing. So it's too specific. It's not wide enough protection. Development will trump it because you've got more objectives that you're going to meet.
And I just wanted to ask you about your views on non-complying activities. My understanding and the case law I'm familiar with is that a non-complying activity is one that's generally not to be condoned, and a good case needs to be made in support of it. So it's actually a much harder threshold to cross than a discretionary activity. Is that your understanding too?
In some respects, yes, but I think it's not being used quite that way. I'm not sure that it's always happening on the ground at hearing commissioner level. I think if you appeal it to the court, you might get that.
And then you talked about things that, I can't quite remember the context, you referred to the Waikato Regional Plan. I think things that, if they weren't named in the plan, were discretionary.
Yes.
That's because if an activity is not specifically identified in the plan, it's what we call a nominant, and under the Act it becomes discretionary.
Yes.
Is that your understanding too?
Yes, and that was incorporated into 87. Sorry.
Yeah.
As a result of the in tandem case.
Yeah.
87B.
All right, thank you. Let's see if we have any questions for you. Mark, starting at your end of the table. No? Yvette?
Kia ora and good morning. I was just wondering if you were able to get the opportunity to look at the doc submission.
No, I'm sorry. I'm
Okay,
flat out at
fine.
the moment.
Then I won't ask that question then. Then the second one is that talking about minimising and avoiding in terms of strategic direction, IROT, O2, sorry, with regards to infrastructure. Can you explain why you believe that avoiding is a much stronger or preference for you as opposed to minimising?
Well, it's the whole scale of word, remedy, mitigate. Avoid, when I teach it, I teach the example of a car driving along the street. If you don't smash a fence, if you don't crash into a fence and don't smash it, you've got the fence intact. If you minimise it, you still do damage to the fence. You're just minimising the amount of damage instead of, I mean, it's more important, you know, well, if it was my fence, I would prefer not to have a minimised amount of damage, I would rather have no damage.
That's all, thank you.
Because, oh, sorry, even if it was repaired, like remedied, it's still never the same.
I have one question, and it's around your introduction.
Right. I have one question, and it's around your introduction, where you mentioned about king salmon, but your relief is that you want to amend the second sentence by deleting the word development and replacing it with the word management. Can you just tease that out a little bit with why you want to substitute development with the word management?
Because that's the law. It is the Act is all about, it's to promote the sustainable management of natural and physical resources. And when the bill was originally proposed, it said sustainable development. There was big discussion in select committee. There was big discussion through submission process. Development doesn't imply stasis and so, or not moving forward. It implies progress, and it was felt in Parliament that development was not, that we needed to recognise that protection was important. And development doesn't imply protection, it doesn't imply stasis, it implies progress. And so it was a very conscious decision at Parliament not to move forward, not to accept Brundtland's definition of sustainable development, to go for sustainable management, to give emphasis to protection. So it's the law.
Thank you. And thank you very much for your submission and taking the time.
Thank you.
I was interested in your comments about well-being, and in SD DIO2, where it talks about district well-being and prosperity. So I presume, given your comments, that you don't think that that objective captures the well-being aspect, because its emphasis is on a prosperous, economically driven community.
It's about, yes, it doesn't say a prosperous community, it says a prosperous economy.
Yes.
There's a difference. And with SDIO1, it talks about, takes into account the character of individual communities, well-connected, safe resilience. That's well-being as well. But it's through development. It says where development does these things. It doesn't say where maintenance, where protection of your community does it. It's all about development. So it's economy, it's development. I mean, harking back to Boston Legal and Denny Crane, it's jobs, money, money, jobs. And that's the focus of this. It's not about providing a nice environment to live in, an environment that we like as it is. It's about changing things. And economy, about money. It's not about, it's valuing it in a different way.
So I presume that well-being can be had or got from other things apart from wealth.
Definitely. I mean, I run a sheep stud, just getting a cuddle from one of my rams this morning. Better than, money.
It's very refreshing to hear. Thank you.
No questions, but thank you. That's all been asked.
And no further questions from me. I asked you a couple of things at the start, so thank you very much for coming in, and we'll probably see you again throughout the next 12 months.
Possibly. It depends on my employer's forbearance.
Thanks for coming in. Enjoy the rest of your day. We'll now break for morning tea, and we'll reconvene at 10 minutes to 11 or thereabouts. on what I've been calling RWRLEL.
I'm
but
sure
if you're happy for them to
Mr.
be,
Carter would prefer your description than mine, actually.
but you obviously were here for since the start of the day, so you know the format. I don't need to run over that again.
Thank
So
you.
over to you.
Now, unlike the previous matter, I am just going to touch on a couple of legal points first, and they're not particularly matters that arise out of my submissions. They're matters that I understand have arisen during the week, and I thought I might make some comments on them. And in particular, I've had Annabelle Lee sitting here all week, one of my juniors, and I have the legal submissions of the Canterbury Regional Council and also the Christchurch City Council on the approach to the MPS UD, and I was wanting to just make a couple of comments on those legal submissions. So I haven't got a summary prepared. You'll have to bear with me because I've been involved in the plan change over the road. So I have looked at the submissions of the Canterbury Regional Council in particular. I do have some issues with the matters that were raised there. And in particular, the assertion that is made by both parties that the plan, and in particular PC1 to Chapter 6 of the RPS, gives effect to the MPS UD. And I wanted to deal with that issue head on. So the first thing is, and I may be taking you to matters that you're already aware of, is just a brief timeline. And if you could just note these down, and you may have been taken to these already. The LURP was 2015. The MPS urban development capacity was December 2016. And that did not include these magical words, at least in relation to providing sufficient development capacity, and it didn't include policy 8. So then we have our space, and that was June 2019. And because of that timing, that was prepared to give effect to the MPS UDC. Then we have the MPS UD, which is August 2020, and that includes the words at least before the words sufficient development capacity, and introduces policy 8 that councils are to be responsive to out of sequence plan changes. And then we have the Regional Council's PC1 to Chapter 6 in July 2021, which inserts the future development areas which were identified in our space. But our space, of course, precedes the MPS UD. And that's why I take issue with the submissions made, as I understand it, by the Regional Council, that PC1 to Chapter 6 of the RPS effectively gives effect to the MPS UD. And I say, on the basis of that timeline, it simply can't, because our space preceded the MPS UD. So that's the main issue that I wanted to talk you through. There was another comment made in the submissions of both the City Council and Environment Canterbury about the conflict, as they identify it, between policy 8 of the MPS UD and the avoid development outside map A in the RPS. My answer to that is the MPS UD coming after the RPS on basic principles of statutory interpretation. You have to, at least as a first attempt, try and read the two documents together. And my interpretation of that is that the MPS UD coming later softens the meaning of avoid. And avoidance must be read in the light, I say, of the ability to consider proposals which are outside map A, where they meet the MPS UD requirements of providing significant development capacity, and I might have got the word slightly wrong, contribute to well-functioning urban environments. So you'd have to be in those two categories before you're going to put it colloquially, bust the line. So this week, Rolleston Industrial Developments Limited, rather than Carter Group, had its hearing for Plan Change 66, and that was some rezoning of rural land to industrial land, but it effectively was, if I can put it colloquially, a line buster. So it's outside lines provided in policy documents, planning and policy documents. So we confronted this issue head on, and the evidence that we gave at that hearing was that it provided significant development capacity. It was 27 hectares of new industrial land, and that in terms of all the boxes that need to be ticked for well-functioning urban environments, it ticked all those boxes. And had it not been able to tick those two boxes, it would have been caught by the avoid policy. So if it had been small, or it hadn't been able to tick those well-functioning urban environment boxes, we wouldn't have been sitting in the room having the hearing on the plan change. I think there's a difficulty with the CCC and ECAN position, because if they're correct, the panel's going to be considering a number of rezoning requests, and if Environment Canterbury and City Council are right, we might be better off going and getting a declaration from the court as to whether the panel should even be considering any of those requests if they fall outside a planning boundary line, because we're going to be wasting a whole lot of time and money if their interpretation of the MPSUD is correct. I don't think it is, but I just put that out there as a practical issue. The Commissioner over the road in PC 66 did ask the Selwyn District Council Planning Officer, who is an independent, what she thought about this, and she said that she considered that the District Council must have turned its mind to this question effectively of jurisdiction when they decided to accept that plan change for processing. And there are a number of plan changes, changes to the operative plan that will be heard over the next few months ahead of your rezoning hearings. And we've got two more, haven't we? And they're both residential rezonings outside lines and maps. So that was just a little bit of commentary on that, and I'm happy to tease that out and answer any questions on that, because it's probably a burning issue.
And thank you for that. If you could take the time to write up that timeline.
Yes, I actually did it in an email to myself. So very quickly this afternoon, I can actually turn what I've just said into a brief 2-pager, if that would be of assistance to you.
Yeah, it would be.
And the Commissioner over the roads asked for the same thing. So yeah.
Yeah, and that can be provided to Mr. Love directly.
Yes.
And then in terms of your submission that the MPSUD softens the meaning of avoid, and I didn't quite catch what you said after that. You referred to some provisions in the RPS that might facilitate that softening, did you? Or sort of lost
I
track
just
of
think
where
it's
you
a
were
matter of
going with that?
statutory interpretation, what decision makers do when they're trying to marry together two legislative provisions that on the face of it might look like they conflict with each other. What they start with is, can we make these two work together? So what I would say is that there are parties that come along and say these two are inconsistent with each other, and the directive policy in Chapter 6 trumps the MPSUD. I say that a better approach to statutory interpretation is to read the two together, and that avoid means avoid unless you are able to demonstrate significant development capacity or and well-functioning urban environment. So I say that that's a gloss grafted onto avoid in light of the fact that the MPSUD came later, and that's how you read the two together without saying these two are completely inconsistent with each other and can't sit side by side. I say that's how you read the two of them side by side.
Yeah. And so which provision of the MPS were you referring to there?
Well, I am referring to policy 1 and policy 8, effectively, yeah, together. Yeah. If the MPSUD is read in the way that I understand CCC and ECAN are asserting, policy 8 is meaningless. And I say the reason that policy 8 was there was to get around exactly the type of problem we've got here, where the High Court prior to policy 8 has said map A, the line's the line, and there's not going to ever be a situation where you can step beyond it. And I went to the High Court for the airport and said policy 8, the line's the line, the line's the line, map A is the line, and because it's an avoid policy, you're never going to be able to step beyond it. But that was all pre-MPSUD, and I say policy 8 is there specifically to get around that problem, but only where you can satisfy that sufficient development capacity and well-functioning environment. So it's not every proposal. You're not going to get one landowner coming along saying, "Oh, I'll put my house on the other side of the line." We're not going to get into that situation.
All right, thank you for that. I'll see if we have any other questions for you on legal matters. Starting, Andrew, at your end, any legal issues?
There's a big sigh.
Yes, it's a tricky issue, isn't it? Look, I don't actually have any questions on your legal submission, but I just do have a question on what you just told us, but whether it's now or whether it's once we've got your comments with the timeline.
If you'd like to pose the question now, I can make sure it is actually addressed to make sure I cover it. I can do my best to do it orally, but if there's something specific you'd like me to have a look at, I can probably assist you if you'd like to signal
Well, I
it.
appreciate it. So it was really your comment that you said that the proposed change or proposed change 1 to the RPS couldn't give effect to the MPSUD because it preceded it. Some further guidance around that would be helpful, because I think in some instances, if you can actually give effect to a document if you're in alignment or consistent with, even if you're in advance of it. So I'm not some evidence or some support for that statement.
Yeah, I think it's just the word "at least"
Yes.
that wasn't there before. So it's in relation to that context, and I'll clarify that when I write that up.
And the second point is, I've just had a look at the letter from the Minister to Environment Canterbury dated 28th of May 2021 in regards to proposed change 1 to the RPS. And in that, the Minister for the Environment says, Environment Canterbury has complied with the Resource Management Act 1991, regulations made under it, and any relevant national direction. So it would appear that they think that the Regional Council has given effect to any relevant regional direction around at that time.
Well, yes, but that's the issue, is what was at that time our space was. That the plan change 1 was effectively to give effect to our space, which at that time was the MPSUDC. So
I understand that, but that's the letter from the Minister in May 21. So if you have some further clarification around that, would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. That's helpful. I've specifically addressed that.
Thank you. Yes, thanks, Mr. Napier. Just in relation to paragraph 50 and 51 of the submissions, you make the point in paragraph 50 that we do not agree and consider it completely appropriate that objectives and policies within the body of the plan can further specify when this might be appropriate. Sorry, your point you're making, I think, is that you don't need to be too specific in the strategic objectives. That the detail can be dealt with lower down. But in paragraph 51, seeking to introduce the words "unless otherwise in accordance with the NPSUD, urban growth is located." I appreciate the earlier point that it need not be too specific, but as a decision maker, would you not accept that that's still fairly open-ended as to what, in accordance with the NPSUD, actually means?
We could be quite specific if that would assist.
More to tease out what particular parts of the NPSUD that you're seeking to emphasise.
Well, we don't consider that the NPSUD is as specific as the objective was drafted in relation to only in or around. So we were wanting to get around that problem by saying that seems to be quite directive and specific when read in the light of the NPSUD. So there might be better ways of expressing that if we get the wording to the rest of the objective correct. And I think Ms. Semple referred to the fact that the NPSUD doesn't have the word only in it, and it talks about in or near. So it's really to get around the problem of the word only in there and the word around, was to make sure that we are interpreting the objective, however it's worded, in accordance with the NPSUD.
Yes. Just with regards to Selwyn District Council accepting private plan changes for notification, you've obviously taken the opportunity to view the council reports that were put before councillors as to the decisions that were consequently made. Did you have access to any legal reports on behalf of those with regards to council? Or
No,
are they still confidential?
No, we actually asked, didn't we, Tim? At least in relation to one, so we were, we weren't told we couldn't see any legal advice.
Any legal advice.
And in particular, on the MPSUD, I do know in relation to one of the plan changes, I can't remember which one it is, we specifically asked for the councillor's legal advice and we were declined access to that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, just one. I'm obviously from Wellington, and all this urban growth thing in Greater Christchurch has been a fairly steep learning curve. But I note, the recency of the Environment Court decision, which endorsed RPS Plan Change 1. And just a little bit interested in the timing of that in relation to the MPSUD and how the court actually dealt with the issue which you've defined already.
So we're talking about the PC1 to Chapter 6 that put
Yes.
so that went through a special streamlined legislative process. So it went through a spoke process. So I'm not sure if you've got access to the actual decision on that.
Yeah. But I presume you were involved, and in that streamlined process, it is a matter of timing. But certainly, when the court decision came out, the MPSUD was in force.
So the decision was made by the minister.
Yeah, but it was wasn't it on the advice of the Environment Court?
Yes. So you're talking about the decision in general. Yeah.
Yes.
So. So I may be preempting your question as to whether there was any specific discussion about the MPS UD in the decision. Is that what you're asking? And I can't recall. It does specifically say that it gave effect to the MPS UDC 2016, but whether it talks about whether that meets the MPS UD, I'll have to check. I don't know off the top of my head.
It's just interesting to me in terms of timing of the whole thing that it is pretty recent that it's come out, and obviously you've got a different national instrument in place now, certainly at the time of the decision, and whether there was any attempt through that process to reconcile the two processes.
So good question. I'll have a look at it. It does specifically say it is inserting the future development areas identified through our space, so it is linked to that space and time, but I will check whether there was any wider discussion
particularly in relation to the avoid policy and the RPS as well. As the chair said, it's pretty direct and we're getting a number of zone change requests, as you have already outlined, which says, well, potentially what's in the RPS doesn't really matter if you can make your case under the MPSUD. So it's the two things and reconciling those two things, and
and that's exactly the point I made about how the two we read together. And I say that avoid means avoid unless you can make those threshold tests in the MPSUD. So it's not going to be every proposal. You have to be able to meet those significant development capacity and contributing to well-functioning urban environments.
So how is a decision maker on one rezoning request going to differentiate between the merits of their case over somebody else?
Yes,
and which line which a decision maker will actually.
That was what was vexing the commissioner at PC 66 this week, because the regional council hasn't yet developed its criteria. I think there's a method in MPSUD for significance criteria, and it talks about the regional council developing criteria, and the regional council obviously haven't developed that criteria yet. So my answer to that over the road was we just have to do that evidentially at the moment. So we called evidence about significant development capacity and how it that particular plan change contributes to well-functioning urban environment, and we had to do that evidentially. We had to call economists and real estate agents to deal with the significant development capacity issue. But at the moment, evidentially is the way in which we're going to be able to have to do that until the RPS develops some criteria for us.
Yeah, not an ideal situation.
No.
Okay, thank you.
I found your whole discussion around the interpretation of wording within the objectives and using the word absolute. That they're using it one way, like buffering up, again, adjoining.
You mean putting the two pieces of legislation
Right.
together and trying to say how do they, are they completely in conflict, or do we read them in some way to reconcile them?
Yeah. I just, because there are some submitters that would actually like to be able to see their wording to be absolute.
And I think the City Council in ECAD might be in that category.
Maybe we just wait for the questions.
And I think some, other submitters as well out of the council realm as well. And I guess that's why I was finding it interesting, and in terms of looking at the consenting process as being a decision maker as well, that how much room do we actually give them? So in terms of buffers in between, yes, I guess it's not a question. I just wanted, to express, that that discussion and your final point in summary in paragraph 67, in terms of where you actually sit within that, and in terms of that acceptable level, which could also be interpreted. And I just wondered, would you like to just make some final comment? I know you've covered it quite well within there because it's got me thinking, but would you like to add anything else?
This is in relation to minimising adverse effects, is that?
I think they go, okay, maybe my interpretation's wrong. Maybe that's the question. Because it's the wording and the looking at absolute, and the wording that you are suggesting does go across each of them, each of those objectives. So regardless of, whether it is one or the other. And I'm just wondering if there's anything else that that you might like to be able to say to assist me in terms of looking at deliberating, that point. I'm thinking of significant sites and things like that, that buffering up and that protection, Indigenous, areas of growth and,
Well, the panel has a choice of words that it can use in relation to any objective or policy, and it will make the decision about how directive and absolute it will have to be based on the evidence. And in some areas, as we know from King Salmon, there are some areas where the use of the word avoid is appropriate because there will never be a circumstance where it would be appropriate. In other circumstances, when you hear evidence, you think, well, maybe there are engineering solutions or there are ways of managing it, and the use of the word manage might be more appropriate. So I suppose the answer is there's no test that says you must always use avoid or protect or something at that end of the extreme, or there's no test that says you must always use manage or minimise or words that are less directive. And you'll need to turn your mind when dealing with any particular issue to deciding whether this is in the never, ever, ever would this be acceptable camp, in which case you might use a word like avoid, or whether this is in in some circumstances it might be able to be managed and we'll use a softer word, if I can put it that way. It's going to depend on the importance of the issue in any particular case.
Kia ora.
Thank you. I found your discussion today very helpful. I've been one that was teasing those questions out with the previous submitters, so that's been very helpful, and I look forward to your summary. I was just wondering whether Mr. Phillips is going to have any further discussion around SDUFD 01 around the around versus adjoining
Yes,
issue, in which case I will wait for him
yes.
before sort of, and he may answer my question before I
Yeah.
get there, is sort of teasing out the nuances of
Adjoining and adjacent versus words like in proximity or
the
near.
referee and
Yeah.
all those
Yeah.
other good things that previous submitters have already
Yeah.
brought to our attention. Thank you.
Thank you. So first of all.
Hang on a minute, I'm not finished yet.
Oh, sorry, sorry.
So coming down, diving into a little bit of detail, your paragraph 21. And the
Yes.
submission from the Carter Group requesting that explicit reference to section 1041BV1
Yeah.
is quite a very specific and, in my experience, unusual approach to an objective. And,
And possibly
just
for
wait for the question.
Sorry.
And I'm just more so potentially concerned about the shelf life of that particular reference to a statutory provision, regardless of the legislative reforms that are on the way. The legislation does get amended from time to time, and then should that numbering change, the council would have to do a plan change to take it out. So I'm really asking you to persuade me of the utility of that very specific reference.
Yes, so I'm happy, the comment you make about the specific reference, I'm happy with that as a valid point, and we can look at wording. The purpose of this, and it is an avoidance of doubt, it's belts and braces, but is a request for some clarity around what strategic objectives are and what their place is in the plan. Yeah. And I did read the submissions of Ms. Semple earlier in the week where she raised this issue as well. And really the reason it's ended up in there was we did end up with these comments from Judge Borswick in a couple of cases around how strategic objectives in the district plan should be interpreted. And I think it is a statutory interpretation point, and it may well be that it's dealt with in the body of your decision as to how you see it. But it was really to iron out that issue that was raised through those Fright, I think it was, in Archibald cases where there'd been some commentary in the Christchurch context about what the role of these particular objectives are. I agree with the submissions that Ms. Semple put forward earlier in the week, and she helpfully referred to the Derby case, which I think is a bit of a foil, if you like, for some of the comments that have been made in the Christchurch context about how strategic objectives are interpreted in relation to other objectives and parts of the plan.
All right, thank you.
Now, Mr. Carter, you should have Mr. Carter's summary in front of you.
So would you just like me to read out my summary? I take my evidence as read.
Yeah, correct. Thank you very much. Yes, I'm sorry if some of you weren't here earlier in the day. We've read all the pre-circulated materials. So for those of you in the room who've done that, we thank you for that. You don't need to reread that to us because we have read it. But if you've taken the time and effort to prepare a separate written summary, certainly my preference is you just read that to us. Sometimes I struggle when submitters try to be helpful and paraphrase it, and then I'm never quite sure what the evidence is. So if you could just read it out, that would be great. Thank you.
My name is Tim Carter, and I'm a director and owner of all of the submitting entities, which are subsidiaries of the Carter Group Limited. Carter Group is a third generation family company, which is involved in significant property investments throughout Greater Christchurch. I've been involved in investment and development projects for the last 20 years. Of particular note in the Selwyn district, Carter Group is the owner of iPort, a 500 million business park providing a diverse range of land offerings. It's a proponent of a number of industrial and residential plan changes to the operative district plan around Selwyn district, has significant farm investments in the Selwyn district, and is by far the largest owner of industrial greenfield land in the district, and if rezoning requests are approved, would be the largest residential developer in Selwyn by some margin. Therefore, Carter Group has a vested interest in seeing the Selwyn district grow. It is seeking to ensure that the provisions of the proposed district plan enable future growth and provide investment certainty for developers. As an organisation focused in all districts, Carter Group see the majority of greenfield growth in Greater Christchurch will occur in Selwyn, with the positive flow-on effects for both Christchurch City and the Waimakariri district. It is important that the district provides adequate facilities, infrastructure and recreational assets to cater for this expected growth. Carter Group believe that the urban design and quality is enhanced by large coordinated master plan development. It urges a panel to consider the benefits of such an approach to incentivise developers to work together and ensure that developments are coordinated. During my time in development, I've seen a number and complexity of plan provisions increase significantly every few years. I'm far from convinced that we're getting better outcomes as a result of this increased over-regulation. As discretion is increasingly handed to council, confusion and uncertainty as to what the council might require increases. Too often, little importance is placed on the costs that such uncertainty imposes on development and the consequence on a community. In our view, it is vital that the proposed district plan follows an approach similar to that taken in the operative district plan, providing for the ease of development in this growing district. As an active developer and frequent end user of the provisions in the district plan, Carter Group have a particular interest in ensuring that the planning provisions are clear, unambiguous, and that the plan provisions recognise the economic, engineering, and logistical complexities of development. I'd also just like to add that as a developer of industrial land, we sell land to smaller developers. We also have a contract to sell some of our greenfield residential land to other developers. We urge you to try and keep the plan as simple as possible, not just for our vested interests, but for the smaller developers that aren't necessarily invested in the Selwyn district yet, or if they are, don't have the resources or the frequency of using district plans to understand the complexities. It's those developers who I think are really affected, the smaller developers, the ones that are looking to invest in Selwyn but aren't yet here, that are really affected by the complexities that may or may not be added to the plan. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Carter. I'll see if we have questions for you. Mark, start at your end of the table.
Thanks for coming.
And Mr. Carter, no questions for me either. That I always say that at some stage in a hearing, if a witness comes before us and presents evidence and has no questions, you shouldn't feel bad about that. It just means there's nothing we need to clarify with you.
I definitely don't feel bad about that.
Good morning. My name is Jeremy Phillips. I'm a senior planner and a director practicing with Novo Group Limited in Christchurch. I have particular experience in urban land use development planning in Greater Christchurch, and I have a clear understanding of how current district plan provisions are applied and the implications on those who are contemplating development activities. In my view, the strategic directions in the proposed plan fulfil the national planning standards requirements. The strategic objectives are generally supported, except for 3 objectives which effectively impose absolutes. These set an unrealistically high, unachievable, or unnecessarily inflexible bar for applications, especially at a strategic direction level, which informs the remaining district plan chapters. I support the Office's recommendations to accept the advisory note proposed by the submitters in the strategic direction overview that makes it clear that strategic objectives may require specific consideration and application to resource consent applications as a relevant consideration under section 104(1)(b)(6). And this provides better clarity and direction around the purpose of this particular chapter. I'm happy to elaborate on that further in questioning. The particular objectives and wording of concern are summarised below. Firstly, in terms of SDIR02, the submitters request that this be amended to read, and I'll note a change to my evidence there. The word minimises should be struck out from my evidence in paragraph 11.1 and 22 and replaced with the word avoids, and that should be underlined. I'll explain that further as needed. So that should read,
avoids significant adverse effects, and manages other adverse effects. As currently worded, the objective seeks to minimise even relatively small adverse effects, and this may not be necessary, practicable, achievable, and/or it may conflict with other objectives. I agree with the submitters that this provision requires amendment to allow for the consideration and management of adverse effects. SDIR 03, the submitters request that this be amended to add, the risk from natural hazards is not increased other than where necessary to provide for important infrastructure that has no reasonable alternative, or the risk is able to be managed to an acceptable level. Similar to the above, the objective as worded seeks to preclude any risk and increase in risk and will be unattainable where people, activities or buildings are introduced to a location that is subject to any natural hazard risk. I consider this objective requires amendment to consider the magnitude or acceptability of such risk. SDUFD 01. The submitters request that this be amended as follows. Urban growth is primarily located in or around existing townships. I accept Mr. Love's rationale for replacing the term around with a more specific term adjoining to ensure that all urban growth is connected to existing urban activities. However, such a strict strategic objective may unnecessarily preclude or limit responsive planning and will conflict with higher order objectives in the NPSUD that seek to enable growth potentially in locations that are not adjoining existing townships. Accordingly, I generally support the submitter's request that the provision be amended to read urban growth is primarily located in or adjoining existing townships. However, alternatively, the objective could be amended to explicitly refer to the NPSUD as the sole basis for considering standalone urban growth proposals as follows, unless otherwise in accordance with the NPSUD, urban growth is located only in or adjoining existing townships. And that reflects some of the comments by Ms. Appleyard earlier. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips. Andrew, any questions?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for your evidence, Mr. Phillips. Paragraph 27, we looked at SDIR 03 and made some comments around, I guess, risk in it being increased, and you've suggested some additions at the end of that. I think you've suggested all the risk is able to be managed to an acceptable level. Had you thought about whether, as an alternative, it simply said, rather than it's not increased, but it's not significantly increased? Had you turned your mind to that?
I think, to be fair, there's probably other ways of achieving the same outcome that's proposed in this submissions and in my evidence. That may be another way of doing it. I think the key concern my evidence is raising is that it's sort of a black and white test and that objective not to increase risk, which I don't think is practical for the reasons said. So if it was if the concern was to avoid significant risk, then maybe the use of the word significant would be appropriate. I think the main thing is providing scope to consider parameters for when that risk might be acceptable.
Okay, thank you. And one final question. It just relates to your paragraph 37 and your alternative wording proposed in that paragraph for SDUFD 01, I think it is. Yeah. So you've said unless otherwise in accordance with the NPSUD, and I think I know what you're trying to achieve in terms of referencing back to that higher order document. I guess my question is, I'm just struggling. How would a decision maker determine what is in accordance with it if they're simply faced with that strategic direction? Because it's a big statement. There's a number of objectives and policies in it and requirements. How would a decision maker determine whether a particular proposal or consent to plan change meets that, which is quite it's a broad document?
Sure. I mean, I guess ultimately the evidence before them, I think, as Ms. Appleyard commented on, there's probably two key parts in the NPSUD that provide the out clause, I guess, from the directive requirements of the RPS that have filtered through and informed that objective. So around significant development capacity and well-functioning urban environments. I think in saying that, the NPSUD has a number of its provisions which sort of have a flavour, for want of a better term, around being responsive and enabling of urban growth for housing and business where there's evidence to support that. So I think there's a danger that if you try and constrain that objective too tightly to try and reflect what the NPSUD is, you're potentially paraphrasing it in a way that you're missing perhaps other considerations that are relevant. But I think the key there again is to provide an out clause, for want of a better term, or the scope to consider proposals that the NPSUD, in my reading, says warrant a responsive approach and warrant consideration where the objective is worded would otherwise prevent you even having a look at them.
Yeah, I appreciate your response. So could it be narrowed though, such as unless an alternative better provides a well-functioning urban environment and also achieves the significance criteria in the RPS? So it actually limits it to those matters rather than the whole NPS.
Yeah, I think my initial reaction would be, having had that question, posed to me and sort of responding on the hope. I think yes, they're the key provisions that I'm mindful of in the NPSUD that would need to be satisfied by a decision maker when thinking of whether a proposal warrants further consideration outside those directive provisions. It's got to be significant development capacity, and it's got to be a well-functioning urban environment. I mean, it could be alternative wording that refers directly to policy 8 of the NPSUD. It's probably worth touching at that point too that the language there is actually not dissimilar to the carve out in the RPS, I think, where it talks about avoiding urban growth unless expressly otherwise provided for in the CRPS. So flagging that simply to say that it's not without precedent of having an approach to say you've got a standard approach unless you meet other criteria.
Sure, and that carve out in the RPS was specifically to allow for development in Murray reserves, but I appreciate what you're saying. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you for your evidence. I'm just interested to explore paragraph 27 when you are talking about 3, risks of natural hazards. You're suggesting a rewrite there that's meant to read the risk from natural hazards is not increased other than where necessary to provide for important infrastructure. There's no reasonable alternative, or the risk is able to be managed to an acceptable level. Well, my question is, what's an acceptable level?
That's probably not within my expertise necessarily to answer, and it might be something that needs to be determined in the subsequent chapters that follow. Again, I think the key purpose of that wording is to provide scope within that objective to allow for evidence to be led and decision makers to consider what might be acceptable or not. I think as I noted to Commissioner Willis, it could be qualified in a different way. It could be all the risk is not significant or significant risks are avoided. And I guess that's a question of where the level of comfort is around what should be allowed through the gate, so to speak. But again, that might be something that you can deal with in those subsequent chapters.
Yeah, thank you. I was just about worried about how wide that gate was going to be.
Sure.
Thank you. Just on the same point, in your evidence, Mr. Phillips, you've in paragraph 34, you've suggested that that gate could be kept as open as criteria A to C in objective 3 of the NPS, which I've just looked up, and the 3 criteria: firstly, the area is in or near a centre zone. Secondly, it's well serviced by existing or planned public transport. And thirdly, there's high demand for housing or for business land in the area. So you've suggested that might be one way of narrowing down what those considerations under the NPS would be. First of all, do you stand by that? And secondly, would that be at a level that should be at a policy level rather than in a strategic objective in your view?
So I think as I touched on in my response to Commissioner Willis, I think that's where there's I'd reiterate that the NPSUD has a number of provisions that have a number of different messages within them. And I think the danger is that if you narrow it down to just those provisions, and they're certainly relevant, that might be unnecessarily excluding other provisions that are also relevant. I think, and again, whether those provisions even need to be specified in the plan here or left to a decision maker to evaluate based on a particular proposal and the evidence relating to that when it comes before them. I guess what is near a centre zone, I mean, there might be debate about the term near, well serviced by existing or planned public transport there. I mean, they're terms that might require judgment. So I think I would say I wouldn't say that they're the only criteria. I think coming back to the question as to whether they're appropriate in a strategic director's objective, my reaction would be probably not. I see strategic directives again as a high level broad objective, and that you'll get into further detail within the chapters that follow, looking at that overarching those overarching objectives. So if the objective provides that a directive message that urban growth should be limited to areas per the regional policy statement, unless there's you meet the or you're through the gate because of the NPSUD, that may be sufficient.
I guess that we've heard a lot of submissions about the need for strategic directions to nevertheless be reasonably specific, and referring to an NPS is fairly wide open unless it was constrained in some way. That would just be an observation I'd make, but you have responded, so thank you very much.
Thank you. We've heard from some submitters, given that we have the Greater Christchurch Urban Development Strategy, and then we have under Policy 6, and then we have under Policy 5, we have the other townships outside that particular location within Selwyn. Some have suggested that maybe we need to differentiate between those two zoning areas or under the strategic directions. What's your view?
It's not something I've turned my mind to specifically. I think again, if this probably comes back to where the strategic directions are pitched, and that's a judgment call. I think my reading is that where they've been pitched, they provide the right level of strategic direction, and that those directions are relevant within Greater Christchurch and beyond Greater Christchurch. And that I guess some of those nuanced differences that you might have can then still be considered when you're getting to subsequent chapters or proposals for rezoning in those different locations and the merits of that. Yeah. I don't know if does that answer your question? Yeah. Thanks.
Morning, Mr. Phillips. Just a couple from me. We can use your summary statement if there's paragraph reference about your para 8 SDIR03 in relation to natural hazards. The whole policy planning for natural hazards has been evolving for some particular time now. And I guess the immediate question is, why do you actually need to put in about risk being managed when isn't that implicit in the rest of the objective? So if you've got a risk from natural hazard, you would therefore be able to manage that within the body of that existing objective, wouldn't you? As opposed to explicitly saying managed?
I don't read it that way. I think the concern I have, maybe breaking it down, is that the risk, the risk from natural hazards, including, but you can set that aside, the risk is not increased other than where. So other than where it's necessary to provide for important infrastructure, I read that to say don't increase natural hazard risk. But I also take that to mean that if you introduce any new activity to an environment where there is a natural hazard risk, you're increasing risk by virtue of exposure.
Okay, so there is strong, there needs to be strong alignment with the relevant natural hazards provisions within the plan, the district-wide provisions as well. Isn't though that word management better placed within that, in the natural hazards, as opposed to as a strategic objective where overall you want to avoid increasing the risk, even if it be managed, but you want to avoid increasing the risk to people, property, lifelines, etc.
I think if you didn't want to increase the risk and you accepted that a no risk approach, then I would accept that statement. I think that's the concern that I have, that you need to have, that there should be some tolerance of an acceptable risk, and that to provide a subsequent plan provisions that define what that level of acceptable risk is and the planning response to it, you've got to have that flexibility in the strategic objective. If you say don't increase natural hazard risk, you haven't got much room to move.
Okay, thank you. The other one, I'm very glad Ms Appleyard actually started off with a bit of a discussion about the relationship of the RPS and the NPSUD, because it didn't appear in evidence.
Yep.
Or your evidence. And it has been a consistent theme. We're in day 3 now. It's been a consistent theme all the way through. And I really just wanted to have a look at your 2 suggested amendments. Now, one of them you've talked about, I guess you've got your favourable one, paragraph 12 of your summary. Urban growth is primarily located in and around adjoining townships. What would be a scenario where development is proposed which isn't primarily around an existing township? Or adjoining an existing township? Because you've got a development scenario, you're wanting to put something which isn't actually physically located up against it. You'd have to have some pretty good justification to do that. Those areas need to be well connected, need to be provided with infrastructure, close, ideally walking distance to local amenities, those sorts of things which can come into mind. But can you envisage in a Selwyn scenario there where there'll be areas which weren't actually physically adjoining existing townships, and whether or not it should be more directive? Because you're looking at a get out clause basically with this word primarily, to actually be able to justify something which on the face of it may be very difficult to do.
And to be fair, I think it's, I would say my preference, I think, as it's evolved, is actually what's expressed in para 13 of my summary in terms of specifically referring to the NPSUD, because that allows that, or it gives you a framework for considering what may or may not be appropriate. I mean, off the top of my head, I can't think of anything specific that wouldn't be adjoining or around, but it might come back to, if you prefer the use of the word adjoining and that's specifically defined, you might find there's an intervening feature that just disqualifies it on the basis of that definition, and you're otherwise ruling out consideration of what might be a reasonable proposal. I mean, again, by way of example, you've got Rolleston, where you've got 2 halves of it separated by a state highway, a rail corridor, and some private property sort of between the state highway and the rail corridor. I haven't looked at that in terms of how the definition of adjoining works, but would that sensibly preclude consideration of a plan change or growth on that side of the road purely by the fact that it doesn't meet the definition? I don't think so. I think there should be scope to still consider it whether it meets the considerations in the NPSUD. So I think that's where paragraph, the wording suggested in paragraph 13 provides, I guess, the flexibility to consider that detail.
Okay. And in terms of your second alternative, by including the words NPSUD, my understanding from plan making processes in the past, there's a bit of a reluctance to generally refer to things which are either in the Act or in higher order documents, because the objectives really need to stand in their own. And potentially the NPSUD could change in the future and have a different set of provisions and so forth. And it'd be best to internalise what you're trying to get within the objective in the first place.
Yep, that's a fair point. I'd have to accept that. And again, I think that might be where I think, again, if the challenge is probably referring to the relevant parts of the NPSUD without sort of truncating the consideration. I think I said policy 8 is clearly the key part of the NPSUD that allows that responsive planning and consideration of things that otherwise might be constrained, and a key test in there against significant development capacity and well-functioning urban environments per policy 1. So I think there probably is scope to narrow that down further if that were preferred.
Because similarly, you could put in accordance with the RPS plan change 1 in there, and you've obviously got a problem with that, or potentially have a problem in some fact scenarios with that.
Granted.
Okay, thank you.
Probably could borrow the words from the NPSUD without necessarily referring to the document. So,
yeah, okay.
Thank you. I think the points I raised have been addressed.
Just got a further question regarding SDIRO 3 and the terminology acceptable level. And in my experience, that's not unusual terminology. It's been used elsewhere in the country, and I've been involved in a number of plan changes where that's been the case. The most recent one being in the Bay of Plenty region, Whakatane district, Matata debris flow. That was all based around defining acceptable risk. And during that process, acceptable risk determinations for the Port Hill debris flows were referred to. So that this is a common approach. So my question's not to you, it's to the reporting officers. When you come back to us, can you do two things? Can you advise us, please, whether the Canterbury RPS defines what acceptable risk is in terms of natural hazards? Because I know the Bay of Plenty regional policy statement certainly does. And also the second question is, do the more detailed provisions in the natural hazards chapter of the plan, would they enable a decision maker to determine what an acceptable level of risk or residual risk would be? Great.
So before concluding, would it assist for me to comment briefly on that change from to SDIRO2 in terms of the removal of the word minimises to avoids, because I'm just mindful that I've made that late change, but I thought it might be useful to explain the rationale briefly to that. Or is that clear?
If you'd like, if you think that would assist.
Yeah, the main thing there, I think, and it comes partly from the Christchurch District Plan experience, where there's similar provisions around significant adverse effects are not a good thing, so let's avoid those. So, and then any other effects that aren't significant, they're appropriate to manage. And I think that was the intent with the wording. I think that on preparing for the hearing and reading that, I think the word minimising a significant adverse effect, it seemed a bit contradictory. How do you minimise something that's significant? So it was just really that the word avoid probably reflected more the thinking.
No, I certainly understand that, and there's similar phraseology used in the NZCPS in a number of places where significant adverse effects would be avoided, but then other effects are not to be managed. Are to be, I think, either avoided, remedied, or mitigated, or just remedied or mitigated. Because I think you've established from the questions there's some concern amongst the panel about the word managers. It's pretty meaningless. We know we have to manage effects. It's all about what endpoint are we aiming for, and managers doesn't really get us anywhere down that track. So, but we'll certainly give some further thought to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving to Littleton Port Company.
Yeah. Thank you.
So just indulge me for a minute just before we turn to the next submitter. Just two matters for the 42A reporting team before I forget, because I've already potentially was in danger of forgetting one of them. Two matters arising, first one arising from the presentation from Jill Thompson. Would you, in the reply report, be able to advise us whether any, in terms of the strategic directions chapter, any submissions have asked for the matter of well-being to be extended beyond the economic lens? To follow up on the questions that Commissioner Solomon was posing to that submitter. So it's really it's sort of a scope question. And the second request is, would you be able to produce a map for us, please, at least A3 scale, which takes the District Council's urban growth overlay, not sure if that's the correct name for it, and superimposes that on map A from the regional policy statement, so we can see the degree of overlap or not between those two matters. Yeah, I mean, your GIS people should be able to do that pretty easily. That would be very helpful. Thank you. Right.
Thank you. Some of this is repetition, obviously, in terms of legal submissions from the points that were raised in relation to Orion. So I won't go through the legal submissions other than to highlight probably one point of difference here with LPC. So in dealing with the three pieces of infrastructure today, we've obviously got Orion, where the provisions are of most interest to them at the moment sit in energy and infrastructure. So you're going to hear from them. The airport's at the other end of the extreme because the asset isn't in the district. So we've got a real problem with where the provisions are on bird strike and noise. LPC's in the middle because they have a special purpose zone proposed for the Midland Port. So the provisions of interest to them are largely in the special purpose zone, which is quite enabling of port activities. But there is the issue about where do the reverse sensitivity effects, which relate to activities which occur in that zone properly sit. Is that going to be in energy and infrastructure, or is that going to be in the special purpose zone? So that is probably a nuance with this particular submitter that doesn't relate to the two others. The other thing is to preempt a question that is likely to arise. Commissioner Van Borthausen asked Mr. Love to have a look at the specific infrastructure that we have listed in the strategic objective and where those matters are dealt with in the plan. So Mr. Bonis, when we come to him, will be able to have a bit of a discussion about the plan at the moment and where those specific policies do or don't sit at the moment in relation to the airport and Orion. You can probably cover as well, and the port, but we'll come to that when he gives his evidence. So unless there were any particular questions of me, I was going to start with the evidence of Mr. Simmers.
Okay, we just see any, does any panel member wish to ask a further question from Ms. Appleyard? If you do, raise your hand. No one has. Okay, let's go.
Thank you. Yes, you just read from your summary. That is going when it's read.
Okay, sorry. Kia ora koutou. My name is Michael Simmers. I'm the General Manager of Infrastructure and Property at Littleton Port Company. In the Selwyn district, LPC owns and operates the Midland Port Inland Port Facility. Midland Port is a key aspect of LPC's operation, and it is a vital strategic hub for the distribution and import-export of freight throughout the South Island. LPC seeks strategic objectives in the Selwyn District Plan, which recognise the need to protect and promote the ongoing efficient and effective operation of Midland Port, and ensure that there is a clear policy direction that other development does not restrict or limit the efficient and effective provision, operation, safety, maintenance, or upgrade of Midland Port. Midland Port is an integrated freight hub that is interwoven with LPC's portside operations. Midland Port is a MPI certified transitional facility and customs controlled area. The site offers road and rail interchange with receipt and delivery of empty containers, full container loads, and break bulk. Over 99% of international freight is handled by sea freight in New Zealand. As an island nation, we rely on the Blue Highway to deliver our goods to the international market and to receive imports. As the New Zealand population and economy grows, particularly productive sectors, the need for sea freight increases. The increasing import-export freight volumes have been a consistent pattern in the past and is expected to continue. Trade through Littleton Port has grown considerably across both containerised and general cargo. In the year ending 30th of June 2020, the port handled 446,000 containers, an increase of 2% on 2019, and that's despite the impacts of COVID-19 in the second half of that year. That's an increase of 188.5% since 2010. That's an equivalent to an average annual growth rate of 11.2%. LPC forecasts ongoing growth for its container terminal to reach well over 1 million 20-foot equivalent units, or TEUs as we call them, by 2045. Non-containerised volumes of export and import trades are expected to continue growing, but not as fast as containerised cargo. Since establishing Midland Port, benefits within supply chains have been realised, with further developments planned on neighbouring areas which link to Midland Port. For example, LPC has direct connections from Midland Port to iPort and iZone to provide efficient service for logistics, which is reflected in growth of container volumes throughout Midland Port. The ongoing port congestion issues within New Zealand as a result of COVID-19 have further increased the need for inland ports to alleviate freight congestion. This recently required LPC to increase its stack heights at Midland Port to increase capacity in a short period of time. The wider transport network, state highways and other roads, rail, airports, is a strategic asset for the district, and the efficient functioning of that network is integral to the functioning of Midland Port. LPC relies on this transport network to move freight to and from the South Island and Canterbury region to Midland Port and the Littleton Port and City Depot facilities. It is important to ensure the district plan provides for the safeguarding and development of the transport network. LPC relies on journey reliability to efficiently plan its operations and movement of freight. There are present issues with the road network which compromise this, and as a result, LPC is seeking a modal shift to rail to provide higher reliability. In addition, this reduces inefficient movements of empty containers on the road network, adding to congestion and emissions, amongst other impacts. With relation to reverse sensitivity, given the location and nature of our operations, LPC is particularly reliant on the planning framework under the Resource Management Act. District planning instruments are fundamental mechanisms by which ports can provide for their existing and future operations, including protection from reverse sensitive effects. Midland Port operates continuously, that is 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Port activities inadvertently generate significant noise and require lighting to operate in both an efficient and safe manner. LPC established Midland Port at the edge of Wollaston. This location was deliberately selected as it is some distance from residential development and the sensitive effects of Midland Port activities could be appropriately managed. If the Selwyn District Plan permits sensitive activities, such as residential development, in close proximity to Midland Port, there are likely to be significant consequences in terms of reverse sensitivity effects. LPC is also very conscious of its role within the community, particularly within Littleton. LPC recognises its responsibility as a good corporate citizen. LPC is always committed to working actively with the local community and iwi to ensure good environmental outcomes. One of the ways that LPC maintains active engagement is through planning processes such as this one. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Simmons, for that. Thank you for your original evidence and for your summary. I'll see if we have questions for you, Mark. Any questions? Yvette? Lindsay?
Yeah, just one, and it's probably more out of interest than anything. You mentioned in your summary about needing to stack containers. Did it go from 3 to 5 or something like that in terms of height?
Yes,
6 to 7. Okay, so you're allowed to have 6 in terms of your provisions, but you had to go to 7 because of that. Okay, thank you.
In light of your good community citizenship and emissions, what in your transporting of freight via truck and via rail, do you have any plans to have electricity rather than petrol power those vehicles?
I mean, obviously we don't run the rail or the road network, so I mean it's really up to the industry bodies. I mean our focus, what Midland Port does is put large amounts of volume on rail. We've probably taken sort of 240 trucks off the road every day by the connection of Midland Port to LPC. But in terms of electrification of the train fleet or the trucking fleet, we have very little influence over that.
But you'd be a good customer, obviously, of the road network and the rail network. Couldn't you influence? Don't you have some influence there?
I mean, we do work with the industry bodies, but ultimately it is over to them to make those decisions on how they move. There is no electrified vehicle that is capable at the present time of that sort of size. But I'm sure their industry bodies are working on that. I mean, our focus has been to move as much, as mentioned in the key modal shift, to move as much to rail as we possibly can. And we're achieving that. We're about to go to our 4th train from 3.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Simmers, for your information here. I just wanted to ask you a question around your reverse sensitivity. I mean, you've been operating for a while now, 24 hours a day. I congratulate you on the way in which the tidiness of your site and the way it operates. Have you had any conflict to do with reverse sensitivity as yet?
No. Yes. So City Depot within Woolston, yes, we have a lot of challenges around there.
In relation to our
certainly not in relation to Midland. It's been very good. There was provisions we needed along the the eastern boundary for the connection with who's the owner of that land. I can't remember his name. So we had to build noise bunds. They've proven very successful. And then obviously on all the other boundaries, we're bound by commercial activity.
I'm just aware that the residential housing across the state highway has got a lot closer to you in the last few years.
Yeah, I don't believe we've had any complaints around that.
Right, thank you.
Just a follow-up question. So do you have any concerns with the operative district plan provisions in terms of how they support port operations?
Matt might want to answer that, because we've had to go through resource consent processes to date because we didn't have a special zone. So Matt might want to talk about that.
Then principally in relation to reverse sensitivity.
Oh, reverse sensitivity.
Yeah.
Do we have any concerns?
Yes, I mean, Commissioner Lyle asked about have there been any complaints, and I'm just saying, and a follow-up from that, have there been, or do you have any concerns with how the operative district plan deals with reverse sensitivity for your port operations?
Yeah, I think it's probably.
Sir, if it's okay, I'd like to perhaps address that one if I may.
Why don't you do that now?
Do that now? Certainly. So going back in time, the area was identified as a greenfield industrial zoning. There was an outline development plan that identified a number of provisions to manage amenity at the boundary, specifically along the rural interface that Mr. Simmers has referred to, that required not only a sound bund, an earth bund, but also quite considerable landscaping associated with it. Also in relation to the Jones Road frontage, there were setback requirements and planting along there, which the port company also enhanced by putting its stormwater treatment basins along the frontage, which if you drive along you can see it provides a greater separation from Jones Road and the residential further to the east from the actual container stacks.
Okay, thank you.
And if I could add to that, I guess what we can't control is the development aspirations of the neighbours, who may or may not at times seek to bring their development closer to Midland Port. So that's the bit we can't control, unless we've got some reverse sensitivity provisions. And at the moment, I think we're just relying on rural zoning, aren't we?
We are on that boundary, and we've identified noise breaches, and we've got those provided for through consent.
Whether they're in or around or adjoining.
Okay. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much, Mr. Simmers. No further questions from me, but thanks for coming in and presenting your evidence to us. Mr.
Good
Bonus.
afternoon, panel. I don't intend to read through my summary. I was lucky enough to sit through Ms. Foot's questions this morning. I've got a reasonable sort of synopsis now of the nub of, I guess, where questions are, but by all means, provide any further questions on things that I don't cover shortly. I guess the main thing that I'd like to sort of cover off in terms of where the provisions have come from, they're essentially around looking at the provisions provided within strategic directions around the integration of land use and important infrastructure. and trying to identify whether or not they appropriately reflect what was in the RPS, and also provide reasonably clear direction in terms of engaging and informing provisions that might flow on from that. So in looking at the submissions and also the notified version, what myself and the other planners that got together to discuss the provisions saw as perhaps the main issue was around the way that they coherently spelt out the recognition of important infrastructure and how that could be distinguished from other types of infrastructure and how that would flow into definitions and provisions. Managing the effects of infrastructure itself. I don't know, there's a question around management. and lastly, the avoid or manage the effects on important infrastructure. And I've just outlined those in my paragraph 4 and identified cross-references through to the statutory sort of direction from how I've grouped those matters together. And that sort of flows into, I guess, the planners consortium of provisions that I've attached as attachment A. And the changes are to SDIRO1 to provide recognition and distinction for important infrastructure. SDIRO2 to provide the why and the what as associated with the protection of important infrastructure. And there's the issue of the policy, which I'll come through in a minute. And there's been obviously some interesting questions around that this morning. 03 as to the management of adverse effects from important infrastructure, having regard to the benefits and technical and operational requirements. And then effectively some polishing to the other provisions. And 02, DI02, around just identifying around feasible growth areas. Incompatible activities and reverse sensitivities. For IRO2, also appropriate locations as a caveat for providing feasible development. And for 03 to include a clause as to recognising important infrastructure. And I'll take the point raised by Commissioner Solomon this morning that there's lots of uses of the word reverse sensitivity throughout the suggested provisions. And that may be one that could be removed and perhaps replaced with something that identifies the importance of important infrastructure not being compromised. That was essentially what that additional clause was about. So that might be a way through stepping that. I guess the elephant in the room is probably policy 1 and where that's come from. And it was an issue that was grappled with quite a bit by myself and also the planners that met together to discuss what we could put forward as a group. The issue comes from looking at the manner in which specific classes of important infrastructure are addressed by the plan itself. And there's recognition amongst, or from myself and the other planners, that it's not addressed with a great degree of specificity within the rest of the plan. Important infrastructure, in my view, especially the nature of the ones that are identified, traverses a number of zones and it relates to a number of chapters within the plan. The National Planning Standards identifies in section 7 the policies are mandated within strategic directions. I'm not bound to not include them, but the proviso is that unless they are better provided for in another chapter, I think that's how it's paraphrased. So the question that we worked through was, given the strategic importance of these, they're not the why and the what in terms of how you would phrase an objective. They are a how, and they are more appropriately identified, therefore, as a policy. Given the strategic importance in terms of the matters that they address, are they appropriately identified within strategic directions? And my view is yes, but there's a proviso around that. And again, that comes to that, are they better provided for somewhere else? They're very much, in my view, in the district-wide chapters, and energy and infrastructure could be an appropriate place where they could be put, again, with that caveat that they cover a number of districts, a number of chapters and a number of zones in the plan. The concern that I've got with the current plan is, and using perhaps the airport as an example, even though I'm here at the moment for LPC, is looking through the plan, the only identification I can find is that the noise P3 as identified by you, sir, earlier, that has any degree of specificity or directiveness. There is a policy in energy and infrastructure, policy 6 on reverse sensitivity. The issue, and we'll be addressing it again in front of the panel, is that essentially it doesn't provide specificity to the matters in which reverse sensitivity is controlled by each of the infrastructure identified. And in some ways it makes it worse because it actually conflates all the matters of mitigation together in one policy. It talks about avoiding incompatible activities that may affect the efficient operation and maintenance, repair, upgrading, renewal, or development of important infrastructure and renewable electricity generation, unless the activity is located at a distance or in a position that does not adversely affect the important infrastructure or renewable electricity generation, and in a position that does not obstruct access to important infrastructure as required for maintenance, upgrading, or emergency purposes. Now, in my view as a planner, that's not directive enough, especially when we have an RPS that is very directive for a number of matters of important infrastructure, specifically the 50 dBA LDN for the air noise contour. So that's why I've recommended to the panel P1. It is very much a policy. It's not an objective, which raises the integrity issue that Commissioner Dace was referring to later. I also do not read the national policy statements and that term beta as taking away the panel's discretion in terms of the cohesiveness of the plan, in terms of where such a policy could go. If the panel decides that only objectives are to be included in strategic directions, that would flow into the decision of that term beta, in my view. Again, the only caveat that I have around that is really around the airport's 50 dBA contour, for the reasons outlined by Ms. Appleyard. It is not a natural fit within the energy and infrastructure chapter because the kit itself is not located within this district. And in terms of dealing with cross-boundary issues, I think it still has a place within strategic directions, which creates an issue of, do you then isolate a policy for the 50 dBA airport contour and then be more specific about the rest in energy and infrastructure? And I'm sorry, I don't have guidance on that. Where else? Management. So SDIR 03 effects of important infrastructure. We've recommended an objective: the adverse effects of developing, upgrading, maintaining, or operating important infrastructure in the surrounding environment are managed, having regard to the social and economic benefits and so forth. I've heard the discussion this morning around minimise and management, or managed. In my view, managed is a way of paraphrasing section 5.2c of the Act around avoid, remedy, or mitigate. It offers the spectrum of those, whereas minimise, in my view, is really about reduction or mitigation only. However, I do take the point that managed can be seen as a waffly word and provides some discretion or uncertainty in terms of how it can be applied. The only thing I can suggest to the panel, and I've identified it within my summary, unfortunately, Chapter 6 of the RPS is not particularly explicit in terms of the management of effects of strategic infrastructure or regionally important infrastructure. Chapter 5 is actually better and it's more specific and focused in terms of how such effects should be managed. And perhaps if I could turn the panel's attention to either Objective 5222B of the RPS, which talks about adverse effects resulting from the development or operation of regionally significant infrastructure are avoided, remedied, or mitigated as fully as practicable, which at least adds something to parroting 52C. The other option would be policy 539 of the RPS, which talks about avoiding any adverse effects on significant natural and physical resources and cultural values, and where this is not practicable, remedying or mitigating them, and appropriately controlling other adverse effects on the environment. That's an awful mouthful within an objective for strategic directions. Yes, on that note, I'm happy to answer questions.
All right, thanks very much for that. Andrew, start at your end of the table. You're busy typing there. Have you got some questions?
Thank you, Sponsor Evans. I'm just looking at attachment A.
recommended amendments and SDIR 01. And you've suggested a number of, or are supporting a number of changes to this. I read it a few times. I can't help looking at it like two clauses have been mashed together. And I wonder whether it wouldn't just be easier for you just to simply have called it benefits of important infrastructure. As we said, the social, economic, environmental, and cultural benefits of important infrastructure is recognised. Full stop. So it removes the reference to important infrastructure needs of the community are fulfilled, basically. So it just focuses more entirely on benefits of infrastructure.
I think that the first phrase is useful because it really is identifying what is the purpose of important infrastructure in terms of serving those community needs. I certainly take your point that it's a mouthful, but again, the purpose of the amendments was to try and identify and distinguish between important infrastructure and other infrastructure generally around the benefits that they provide in terms of social and economic well-being. But I wouldn't suggest losing that important phrase about the purpose of why it's there in the first place, and that is to service the community.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
So, second question. So, just looking at dear friend policy SDIRP1, just want to clarify. So, the only additional clause in relation to the port is clause 3. That's the specific clause. Yes, for the port. And it looks to me to be very similar to the noise policy P4. And I guess my question to you, which I don't know if you've looked at policy P4, just trying to clarify, does it say something similar or does it say something different from my understanding? Because the clause 3 in strategic directions policy refers specifically to 55 dBA noise control overlay, whereas the noise policy P4 protect port activities within the port zone from reverse sensitivity effects by avoiding noise sensitive activities within the noise control overlay. So is that the same overlay or is it a different overlay?
It's the same overlay, and without going to the explicit policy, I think you probably hit on the nub of why we're trying to introduce it at the district-wide level. It's not purely around the noise issues that would go with incompatible or noise-sensitive activities that would surround Midland Port. At that higher level, either in strategic directions or in energy and infrastructure, you are able to apply that to any plan changes for rezonings, address small-scale subdivision, other things that may not be seen when you look at the noise provision itself. The noise provision probably has a linkage or a nexus down to the status of activities for noise-sensitive activities within the 55 LDNA LAQ, but also there'll be a 45 in terms of acoustic attenuation. So it's very focused in terms of actually dealing with the noise issues associated with operations at Midland Port, but not the wider strategic issues around should areas proximate be rezoned for other activities and what those activities might mean in terms of reverse sensitivity.
So just as a follow-up, but this wording kind of leads you down to looking at noise because that's what clause 3 says. It doesn't refer to other matters.
It does, but the clause right at the beginning is only provide for new development of that.
No, I appreciate that. But in many ways, as I said, it's almost narrows the scope relative to what you're talking about, widening the scope beyond noise, because it does sort of lead you down that path if you're looking at specificity. And maybe there are additional components that you wish to see in clause 3 around those other matters.
Good point.
Anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
It could be avoiding sensitive activities, including noise, but not precluding it. Yeah.
Anyone, any questions? Go, Gary? Yeah. Deborah?
No.
Lindsay?
Thank you, Mr. Bonus, for the explanation that you gave, and you heard my questioning in my spot, particularly in relation to the necessity structurally of P1, and I think you've covered that to a large extent, but just I guess you went back to the national planning standards when you answered that and basically said there it doesn't preclude them. But I'm just thinking about the plan as a whole. If we're parking infrastructure for now, there is some purity in the way that it's written at the moment. Strategic directions, high level, cover the entire plan. You've got your district-wide chapters, you've got your other chapters as well. They have particular objectives and then policies in terms of implementing those objectives. I guess I'm still to be convinced personally on the necessity of policy here. Commissioner Willis mentioned there is something in relation to this in terms of the port zone and infrastructure. So in terms of plan making itself, there needs to be some theory, some coherence, some guidance at the top, and then everything else flowing down. Is this just way too specific to be at that strategic level? I accept what in terms of the airport, there might be some issues in terms of things down the line, in terms of whether it's the right spot for things to be covered, not necessarily that they haven't been covered, is it the right spot? But just in terms of plan purity and usability for people into the future, is this policy at strategic directions level really necessary?
And you would have heard in my monologue earlier that in terms of looking at the national planning standards where it refers to that use better, I think that does provide the panel the opportunity to look at the integrity of what it's got in front of it in terms of the proposed plan. And as you've said, if this is not a fit as a policy, and in my view, it's not an objective, it's far too specific for that. And the panel's made a determination that in terms of the purity and integrity of strategic directions, it should only be the objectives. Putting the airport to one side, I agree with you entirely. Providing that it's incorporated within the district-wide provisions, because in my view, these matters traverse a number of zones and chapters as I've set out.
Okay, well, thank you. I think my other questions to Ms. Foote, you had answered in terms of your evidence, particularly this, I guess, this problem that there is potentially with, incompatibility activities and reverse sensitivity. What do they actually mean? Should they be read together? Can they be read mutually exclusively or not? So
my very simple answer to that, Sarah, is effectively one around interpretation. The very fact that you and I, seasoned campaigners as it were, perhaps have a different view of incompatible activities and does it encompass reverse sensitivity or not, outlines to me the importance of perhaps why we should have both terms.
Okay, so it's better to be belts and braces for the avoidance of doubt into the future by having both in there rather than having a debate down the line about what it exactly means.
A clever lawyer would ask why you don't have it.
Oh, a clever planner would as well. So that's fine. And probably in terms of your suggested changes to SDI 01, where Commissioner Willis sort of said, wouldn't it be better, you just had to say, well, these infrastructure providers, they do really good stuff. It's so important for the functioning of a district. You just got to recognise the importance of it and leave it there. I've seen strategic level objectives which have exactly that, but they also have a secondary one dealing with the effects. You've got the benefits of strategic infrastructure, but you've also got those who are affected by the operation of the infrastructure. And I think potentially with the package we've got here, and there might be some wording changes and so forth, but essentially that is the way that the Selwyn plan strategic directions on infrastructure are written at the moment. And is it necessary to actually go into the stage of social, environmental, cultural, when that's the whole purpose of the plan and the purpose of the act is to deal with those matters? So do you need to repeat those words in something which is pretty directive? You've got to recognise that. infrastructure is really important for everybody. Do you have a view?
If we're looking at in an isolated way at IR01, then yes, I can see some sense in that. The concern that I had when I read through the plan was that there wasn't really a great deal of clarity that sprung to mind immediately, distinguishing between important infrastructure and how that was then defined and what it meant, and normal infrastructure. So the purpose of the amendments to 01 was to try and create that distinction around important infrastructure. In terms of the other changes around managing the effects on important infrastructure and managing the effects of, I still think that there's merit in incorporating specific objectives around those.
Okay, accept that. I have to say that in terms of, you know, coming into this plan process very recently, one of the things which did surprise me, but I was interested in, was this term important infrastructure. Because a lot of plans go to regionally significant infrastructure, which are defined. There's a list in the RPS, and you just transfer that straight across. But we've got this word important infrastructure, which incidentally includes a dairy factory. So, which doesn't necessarily fall in the definition of regionally significant infrastructure. So I say that more as a comment than as a question.
Yeah, it's not a question.
Yes, thank you.
So just a reminder, panel members, that we're asking questions of clarification, not voicing our own opinions on matters.
Thank you, sir.
At risk of incurring the chair's ire on the issue of reverse sensitivity, there were questions asked earlier about the impact on the residential side of Ralston versus the Midland Ports operations. They are heard, but not at a level that causes any reverse sensitivity issues. So the buffering by where you're located has worked.
Just want to return briefly to your recommended amendment to SDIR01. And is an objective designed to state an outcome?
It's the why and the where. I think in terms of the why, yes. Yeah.
So recognizing something isn't really an outcome, is it? It's a process. And where that term is used in the statute, it's recognize and provide for. Whereas protection or protected is an outcome. True. So I'm struggling to understand why the change you're recommending is actually an improvement to the plan.
Sir, I'm comfortable that it taken in conjunction with the other two objectives around infrastructure, that it sets up the value of important infrastructure, effects on and effects off. That's the way that I've structured up those provisions.
Not sure you answered the question.
No, I did very badly. I thought about it for a while. I think it could be wordsmithed so that you're comfortable that it reads as an objective and still incorporates the social and economic well-being benefits that go with being important infrastructure.
Isn't it axiomatic that important infrastructure has those benefits? That's why it's important.
And I guess that's the issue that's become circular in my mind, is that there's nothing in the plan setting up why important infrastructure is important in the first place, which is what I've tried to do with that objective. So that's the issue that I was trying to contend with.
Right. Right. Well, thank you very much. Thanks for your assistance.
I'm back later, so if anybody has any other over the lunch break.
I've just got one comment. Just the questions about the policy, the proposed policy and the placement of it. We're not particularly fussed about placement, provided it is there. And the difficulty we've got is this is the first time we come to the hearing, and it's the only time that we're going to get in front of the whole panel, because as I understand it, the energy and infrastructure and some of the subsequent chapters, including noise, are going to be split panel. So what I can say is I'm not completely fussed about the placement of this policy, but given it's the only opportunity at the moment we come and have to tell you to say you need a policy that looks like this somewhere, and I'm not particularly fussed on the idea of Orion's network being dealt with in energy and infrastructure, the port being dealt with in a specific port zone, and then I don't know where we're going to put the airport bird strike and where we're going to put noise. So I'm not fussed about placement. I am fussed about this being somewhere. So, and this is the only time we get to tell the whole panel that. So just an explanation. And you're going to hear us repeat this in energy and infrastructure. You're going to hear us repeat it in the rural zones in relation to the airport. You're going to hear us repeat it in the special purpose zone for LPC. And then we're all going to come back to the same question of, okay, we've got all these specific policies dealing with input and infrastructure. Where are we going to put them? So we will be repeating ourselves to parts of the panel as we go forward.
Well, I'm not sure if I can say we look forward to that, but
I just didn't want to be snookered when we come to half a panel on energy and infrastructure and I'm dealing with the airport saying this is not the appropriate place to put this, and why didn't you tell us that when you came to strategic directions, for example? So
all right, thank you very much for that. So that's the end of that submitter's presentation. Mr. Williams, you've been sitting there very patiently.
well, I'm sure I can
we're about to break for lunch now, so you're going to have to sit there patiently for a little while longer, but I'm sure you've got plenty to think about in terms of the government's response to the Overseer Technical Experts report. So we'll now adjourn until 1:30. Thank you.
He still it was going to be originally when they told us. Yeah.
So it is still going to be. How long do you think it's going to be? I don't think it'll be that long. Yeah, like next 2 months, or like 2. All right, first of all, it's
Good, mate.
and I will just help with the. I think we get a shit post to think about because we basically got. You only have 15 minutes so you can talk to about and we're bang on our original schedule. And we're going to be able to iron out the MPs who did.
That's huge. Yeah. Much of a draft back this
Yeah, you should see what the city and
They're just throwing the tools.
no, they just said it's
Done.
Well, sorry, we've got policy 8. It means something.
Cheers. Thanks, Joe. See you later.
Yeah, thank you. That was good, mate. Yeah.
Hey, Mike, good work, mate. As well. Now, if I remember right, I used to like a beer for that other box. I would suggest that. But more importantly, we'll find a place to drink on that. You got me the coffee. As soon as I'm fair.
Cheers, mate. Thanks.
You'll see from the tower over here.
So we've got some lunch now over there. If you want to go to the US line, yeah, we'll probably outline that.
It's more efficient if you
All right.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's the point. So I'm going to put Phil with. Right. Right, get some food.
Yeah. Where are we going to go? Yeah, right. Where'd you sell the lunch spot?
I said at Coffee Cultures today.
Yeah. Cool.
Afternoon, everyone. I reconvene the hearing of submissions on the Selwyn District Plan, and at this stage we're hearing from Christchurch International Airport Limited.
Thank you. Obviously, given the previous appearances for LPC and Orion, don't consider I need to go to one of these submissions. The only obvious nuance with the airport is that the asset which creates the effects that we're primarily concerned about, either reduce sensitivity effects or incompatibility, does not sit in the district. And that raises the vexed issue, and coming to Mr. Dash's point about where we place things in the plan, that I don't consider the noise provisions chapter to be the appropriate place to deal with a policy around 50 LDN, in particular because it's a reverse sensitivity effect. Just taking your average farmer, the thought that they might look at a noise chapter to find out they've got some constraints on what they can do on their land because of the effects of an asset which sits in another district does seem to be a stretch. And whilst we have a noise chapter, we don't have a bird strike chapter, so that's even more difficult if you want to regulate where activities that can give rise to increased bird strike risk can occur. It's difficult to see where that policy might be placed. So that's the only general comment I make. Can I just come back to the point I made earlier that this is the only time we get to come in front of the whole panel, and when we come to energy infrastructure, there isn't a policy framework to deal with either airport noise or bird strikes. I'm not quite sure where I would appear and make these submissions at the moment, so you might hear from me a number of times on this. So I was going to start with the evidence. So obviously Blackmore should have a summary.
So just before we do, I'll just quickly check we don't have any questions from you in relation to these submissions relating to the airport. Andrew, any questions in relation to legal subs?
Look, I don't have a question in relation to a legal submission, but I just one question in relation to the point you just made around farmers not knowing where to look if they're looking to do developments, and it's not easy to tell. Just one point to note, so with e-plans, everything has an overlay, so when you put in your property details, all the relevant provisions pop up now. So
I was going to, yeah, so that's probably correct in terms of the volumes. I'm not sure, would you get a link to a strategic agenda?
don't know.
That's more my concern.
Sure, don't know about that.
Or would you get a link to a particular policy that doesn't necessarily sit in that?
All right, so Mr. Love, in your reply report, can you please advise us whether or not the e-plan, when you click on a policy, on a property, which provisions it then pop up? Is it the rules, the policies and the objectives, or just a subset of that? That'd be helpful, thank you.
Oh, sorry, it's not at all. So thank you for that.
Anything else, Andrew? No, Raymond?
No.
Nicole, Harry, Deborah, Lindsay, Yvette, Mark? Any questions for Ms. Appleyard? I've just got one question arising from your paragraph 38, and it's your reference to the RPS recognising bird strike as an issue. And I looked at those provisions that you footnoted, and they relate to sort of the enhancement of wetland areas. They're more of a sort of a biodiversity enhancement type approach. And bird strike is listed in one of the reasons, as you say, but in relation to enhancing wetlands. Are there any provisions in the RPS that more directly address bird strike?
Oh, no, not that's the only ones that specifically refer to it. So we are relying on the general ones about incompatible activities. It's something we've flagged with Environment Canterbury that we would like addressed specifically at the next iteration of the RPS.
Yeah, okay. Right, that's helpful. Thank you. Right, next witness, please.
Ms. Blackmore, so I think you should have all the summaries. Hopefully you have Ms. Blackmore's. Would you want me to go through it? Yes, just right up.
Okay. My name is Felicity Blackmore. I am the Environment and Planning Manager in the Planning and Sustainability team at Christchurch International Airport. The airport is a core strategic infrastructure asset. In summary, Christchurch Airport is the largest airport in the South Island and the second largest in the country. Just under 7 million travelling passengers and their associated meters and greeters currently pass through each year. The ability of the airport to operate 24/7, to operate 24 hours a day facilitates overnight freight movements and international flights and is important for aircraft maintenance. CIL is a lifeline utility under the Civil Defence Emergency Management Act and has a statutory duty to ensure it is able to function to the fullest possible extent, even though that may be at a reduced level during and after an emergency. The airport provides an important link for both freight and passengers when other land-based networks in the South Island are compromised. For example, the Canterbury floods of May 2021 and the significant rain events in Canterbury and the West Coast in 2019 damaged the land transport network and closed off areas of the South Island from the rest of the country. Aviation and specifically the airport was relied upon for freight and passenger travel while other parts of the transport network were repaired. The airport is the primary hub for air freight hub for the South Island. Air freight is increasingly important due to decreased viability, considerable delays and record high prices associated with land transport. The airport is responsible for transporting over $1.6 billion of cargo a year to other ports. The average value per tonne for this cargo is 15% higher than of Auckland International Airport and 12 times greater than the average tonne of cargo exported internationally through Littleton Harbour. The airport is home to several international Antarctic science programs and their associated facilities. CIL was committed to providing the infrastructure to support future low emissions aviation decoupled from fossil fuels. Sustainable aviation fuel has the immediate potential to reduce aviation emissions by up to 80% compared with conventional aviation fuel as a direct replacement fuel to fossil-based jet fuel and not requiring different infrastructure or energy technology. Airport operations are affected by land uses in Selwyn. The two major issues are adverse reverse sensitivity effects and bird strike. So noise sensitive activities within the 50 LDN air noise contour. On an accumulated basis, sensitive development within the 50 LDN air noise contour can have serious effects on airport operations and results in urban growth in areas that are subject to undesirable levels of aircraft noise. This is not good for the community nor for the airport. Intensification of noise sensitive activities in the contour increases complaints and pressure on airport to curtail its operations, particularly overnight. In comparison to other airports across New Zealand, CIL receives a proportionately low number of noise complaints. This is due to a long history of planning provisions that manage reverse sensitivity effects across all 3 districts. However, in my role, I deal regularly with resource consents seeking to establish noise sensitive land uses within the contour, and I see the pressure for development in these areas increasing. It is crucial that the Selwyn District Plan includes a planning framework that supports continued good management of this issue and separation of sensitive activities from the effects of aircraft noise. Bird strike. Christchurch has a higher level of bird strike than Auckland or Wellington airports. CIL works extremely hard to ensure that the risk of bird strike hazards is as low as reasonably practical. I've explained in my evidence the work that we do both on and off airport to manage this risk in the Civil Aviation Act requirements. Land use planning rules are a core mechanism to help reduce bird strike risk. At present, CIL monitors applications for resource consents across the region and participates in ad hoc consenting processes where bird strike risk management is a concern, such as quarrying applications. Recognition of this key strategic risk in the higher level planning documents will help CIL to manage the issue across the district and will help signal to plan users and the council that this is a resource management concern.
Thank you very much for that. I'll see if we have questions for you, Mark. Any questions? Yvette? Any? Lindsay? Deborah? Nicole? Brian?
Just one.
Yes.
Right, it's all good. With regard to bird strike, I suppose you have thought about, or your environmental team have thought about establishing a large wetland so that it attracts the birds that hang around the airport. Have you ever thought about that?
No, and that goes back to the process of understanding what our high risk species are and what, in terms of bird strike risk management, what types of birds we're trying to manage and how they fly over flight paths. And those bird species aren't necessarily wedded to wetlands, or that wouldn't necessarily be the one aspect that you try and manage. One of the key considerations for bird strike risk is looking at the wider environment and how the birds might behave and fly from, say, one pond that's here and fly across flight paths and go to some farmland for feeding grounds. So just putting a wetland in one place wouldn't manage that behaviour.
Well, not so much a wetland, like a diverse habitat, like say somewhere like east of or north of the Waimakariri, for instance. Because I understand a lot of birds that are at risk of being struck by an aeroplane, perhaps fly over the Waimakariri, for instance.
Yes, that is correct. That is something we could look at doing, but it's also understanding that it's not just providing one wetland. It's more one of our high-risk species, and a big species of concern is feral pigeons, and they generally tend to roost in vacant buildings or in buildings in the city. The University of Canterbury provides a great home for them at the moment, and they will then sleep, they'll roost there, and then in the morning they wake up and they fly over across the airfield to the farmland on the other side. So I'm not sure if a habitat would stop them from behaving in that way. So it's understanding. I think that's something we should probably look into, but it's also recognising how the bird's behaviour interacts with the flight paths and how that can be managed.
Yes, yes. Thank you. Thanks for answering that.
And no further questions from me. Thank you very much for your evidence.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next witness.
Mr. Osborne.
Yeah, I'll speak
So
up.
you can say then we'll swap with Sebastian.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Philip Mark Osborne. I am an economic consultant for the company Property Economics based in Auckland. The company provides property development, land use research and impact assessment services to both private and public sectors throughout New Zealand. I outline my qualifications, evidence and commitment to comply with the Environment Court Witness Code of Conduct and my evidence in chief. Christchurch International Airport is the second largest airport in New Zealand and represents nationally and strategically significant infrastructure supporting national accessibility for passengers and business that supports economic well-being well beyond the borders of the Canterbury region. In order to have regard for the benefits of facilitating the efficient operation of CIA and its need for identification within the Selwyn proposed district plan, it is necessary to recognise the significance that its operation has to the regional economy. The airport fulfills an extremely important and unique role for the Canterbury regional community. It serves not only as a significant employer for the region, but also a conduit for visitors and commerce in the region. A summary of the contribution made by the airport to the local economy includes regional contribution to GDP of over $3 billion per annum, growth over the last 9 years of over $1 billion per annum. In 2020, the airport created and supported over 28,000 regional jobs, over $1.5 billion worth of goods transported through the airport, $1 billion worth of tourism spend generated through the airport, supporting over 9,000 jobs, with 50% of visitors to Canterbury arriving via the airport. The airport itself contributes over $4.7 billion to the South Island economy, and it accommodates 7,000 workers within its campus. The airport directly employs over 200 workers, generating $187 million in revenue per annum, supporting a further 500 local jobs. With expected proportional growth, the airport is expected to contribute nearly $3.9 billion regionally per annum by 2031. With growth expectations in high-value sectors in the region, this growth could exceed $4.6 billion within the same period. While in some cases it is both prudent and economically viable to manage or mitigate conflicts between activities, the necessity to avoid some conflicts is evident in their potential damage to the economy. In the case of the intensification of noise-sensitive activities within the airport noise contours, the risk of damage is significant, while the benefits to the community of intensification can often be realised elsewhere. Importantly, for the regional economy, it is fundamental to the market that it has confidence in the airport's ability to fulfil its role efficiently and effectively, not just now, but in the future. The reliability and ability for the airport to meet future growth demands is key to the locating of many national and international businesses that would not otherwise situate themselves in Canterbury. It is crucial to the regional economy that the airport remains a competitive option, providing solid air links for the regional economy. The ability for the airport to operate efficiently with surrounding activities is crucial to its contribution to the regional economy. It is therefore important that management of conflicting activities is dealt with to maximise the strategic asset and sustain and develop the overall impacts upon the region's economic well-being.
Thank you very much, Mr. Osborne. I see if we have questions for you, Andrew, start at your end of the table. Any questions, Mr. Osborne? Welcome. Raymond, Nicole, Gary, Deborah, Lindsay.
Just one, your list of bullet points about the various economic, the value of economic value to the economy of the airport. You have one in there about 4.7 billion to the South Island economy, and you've got a regional contribution of 3 billion to the per annum. Where does the 4.7 billion come from? If you actually add up those previous ones, is it an aggregate or is it overall, or and how is it calculated?
So the 4.7 includes the $3 billion for the Canterbury region. So it's an additional $1.7 billion worth of activity that's generated outside the regional borders within the South Island.
Okay, thank you.
Vet. Sorry, Vet, any questions? No, Mark? And no further questions from me, but thank you very much for your evidence, Mr. Osborne.
Thank you. In the words of the economists, we're getting more efficient as the day moves on. So we're going to hear Mr. Hawken, who is a first-time presenter at a hearing.
Well, you shouldn't have told us that. Now I'm going to have to dream up some nasty questions.
Be gentle.
Not first time presenter, just at a hearing.
Yep, carry on.
Okay. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Sebastian Hawken. I'm an aviation and airport planning advisor with 15 years experience, specialising in airport master planning and strategy. I'm New Zealand Pacific Manager for the International Specialist Aviation and Airport Planning Consultancy, Airbus Aviation Strategies. I've been asked to present here today on the significance of Christchurch International Airport. Christchurch Airport is of significant importance to New Zealand, the South Island, the Canterbury region, and the Selwyn district as an essential transportation hub and base for all types of aviation activity now and in the foreseeable future. Airports are key enablers of air connectivity for passengers and freight, and also intermodal connectivity of transfers for passengers, freight and mail, usually between road and air, and sometimes including rail and or marine transport modes. The airport connects passengers for business and tourism, as well as being a core point of social connectivity between the North and South Islands, allowing people to maintain connections to family and friends throughout the country. Statistics New Zealand notes that Christchurch Airport is the second largest airport for air freight imports and exports in New Zealand after Auckland, accounting for approximately $3 billion New Zealand worth of airport freight in 2017-18. Airports play a key role in resilience during natural disasters, and Christchurch Airport has been important in the recent disasters of the 2011 earthquake, 2016 Kaikoura earthquake, 2021 Canterbury floods, connecting civil defence operations and facilitating evacuations and other emergency response requirements. Parts of the Selwyn district are under the arrivals flight path from the southwest of the airport as aircraft approach to land on the main runway 02, Other areas are under the departure flight paths as aircraft take off to the southeast on the main runway, runway 20, and then to north heading to domestic destinations on the North Island or other international routes. Urban development encroachment into areas necessary for airport safeguarding is a lose-lose situation for the airport and the community it serves, and is irreversible. It is very expensive, if not impossible, to recover land for safeguarding purposes once it has been developed for urban purposes. A consistent, conservative, long-term approach is therefore justified and essential. Inadequate protection can and often will lead to the creation of a potentially unsafe operating environment, reverse sensitivity issues, and future constraints on air service operations, development, and capacity. Incompatible land uses in the vicinity of airports should be strongly discouraged. This is most critical under the immediate arrival and departure flight paths when aircraft are at lower altitudes approaching the runway or taking off from the runway, but extends into areas that adjoin these. Planning for short-term expediency creates facts on the ground that are very difficult, expensive, and usually impossible to reverse. This is to the detriment of the community and the wider region that it serves, and the airport serves. The main safeguarding topics relevant to the Selwyn district and its specific location and proximity to Christchurch Airport are bird strike and noise. Bird strike is an issue facing airports globally and something all airport operators work hard to manage both on and off the airfield. Land use planning rules are a valuable component of the suite of tools that are deployed to manage wildlife hazards and provide an important complementary role to the actions of the airport company on and off the airport. Appropriate land use planning is well recognised as the most effective means of mitigation of the impacts of aircraft noise in the vicinity of an airport. Although this obviously has the potential to place restrictions on land use, it does not rule out land development per se, just that it should be compatible. In the areas with the highest noise exposure, land should remain rural or be developed for industrial uses rather than residential or other sensitive uses such as schools. Christchurch Airport, through sound planning, is currently in a position where the urban encroachment within areas affected by aircraft noise and those predicted to fall in such areas in the future is relatively limited. Compared to other primary New Zealand airports of Auckland and Wellington, there is very little conflicting land use. The number of people within current and projected noise impacted areas in Christchurch is low when compared to these and other similar airports overseas. Most of the world's major airports and many significant airports in Australasia suffer from the lack of adequate reservation of surrounding land and appropriate land use planning.
Thank you, Mr. Hawken. I'll see if we have questions for you. Mark, any questions?
Yes, two, which may actually be further addressed in subsequent chapters, but seeing you're here and you've mentioned both noise and bird strike. Noise. With modern aircraft and the evolution of things like GPS guided flight paths, is it likely in the future that we'll actually see the noise contours reduce? Because as I understood it, the trial that was had, I can't remember seeing a result of it with GPS guided flight paths, there was the ability to actually start the approaches much closer to the airport, and therefore the effect of the noise contours over time could be reduced. Don't have to, it's a question that may be more suited to the noise chapter, but it's just something over time. We have to give effect to what's in the regional policy statement about noise contours, but over time, are they likely to reduce?
Well, I might get two people to answer that. Sebastian can answer it generally, and then Ms. Blackmore's probably able to answer it specifically about where we're up to in the process of remodelling the contours at the moment. So if you want to answer it generally, and then Felicity can answer it specifically.
Thank you.
If that's helpful.
Yeah, so I think the first thing to say is on approach and closer to the airport, it is an area of the flight paths where aircraft need to be stable. It's one of the most dangerous areas of flight. But through the noise planning process, you will be looking at all those sorts of tools, the changes in evolution in aircraft technology, which would be taken account of in the more detailed noise planning. So
Now, so Felicity, do you mind coming forward? So CIAL has an obligation under the RPS and one of the methods to remodel its noise contours at certain frequencies. And when it was last done, was envisaged it was going to be redone in 10 years later. With COVID and a few other things were a wee bit slightly off track. But the process of remodeling the contours has started and has been going for some time now. And Felicity, you might want to give a general overview of where we're up to, what's going to happen next, and in a general sense, how things are looking.
So we started remodeling the noise controls in 2018, and as Joe said, the COVID and various things have kind of pushed pause for a while. We're waiting for some communication from Environment Canterbury on when we can deliver the remodeled noise controls for insertion into the RPS. We are about 3/4 of the way through that process. It's a pretty involved process. It involves running a lot of different scenarios on how the airport is used, and that includes, to answer your specific question around aircraft noise, we only put inputs into the model that we know exists today, and noise generated from aircraft has got to a point that there's very limited ability to reduce the noise anymore, basically. And so that's not a big driver in terms of what the noise controls will look like. Another point around how planes are flying, and we are seeing changes to how aircraft depart and arrive at the airport, and seeing a lot more consistent flight paths. And that doesn't necessarily reduce the noise, it just changes what the noise looks like and the areas that are exposed to that noise. So overall, we're not seeing a reduction in the noise contours, but it does look a little bit different.
And any changes will be picked up in the full revision of the RPS, which is a couple of years away, is that?
So what we understand is that, because we are a fair way through the process ourselves, is that ECAN are expecting there will be a peer review of what CIL produces. And we are expecting, and I might be speaking out of school here, that we may get asked to produce at least the CIL work before the end of this year, and that ECAN may well have peer reviewed that before you finish your process. So I am expecting that when you come to some of your rezoning hearings next year, we may be some way down the track of being able to indicate to you, evidentially at least, although there won't have actually been policy changes, where the 50 LDN contour looks like it's going to land.
So we'd still be stuck in that conundrum until they give effect, until they make the changes in the regional policy statement.
There's two different issues. One's a policy issue about where a line is. Another is one of us coming to you as a hearings panel with some actual evidence of effects and where those effects are going to be felt. So one's a policy line based on a 50 LDN model 10 plus years ago, but we may have some fresh information for you in terms of effects and where people are going to experience noise by the time you finish this process.
Okay, thank you. My other question was again maybe picked up in the general rural zone on the bird strike issue and the distance that you're looking for sort of controls on quarries and things from the airport.
Which one of you wants to comment?
It doesn't have to be answered today. It was just a general quick observation that it seemed like an awful long way, but I guess it's because birds, by their very nature, can move a long way that you need a control.
Yes, we may be able to answer that generally, and it's a really good question because we're not sure which hearing will be turning up to answer that question in, so you might be able to give some sort of.
So the bird strike risk management areas are 3 radiuses. The outer radius is 13 kilometres, then it goes to 8 kilometres and then into 3. So there's a portion of the 8 kilometres which falls over the Selwyn district, and then obviously the 13 kilometre. And there's a cascading level of management in terms of how far away you are and where you sit within those bird strike risk management areas.
Thank you.
Little bit of bird strike 101, if I could. Obviously the airport runway is quite some distance from the Selwyn boundary. I don't know what that figure is, but it is a number of kilometres away. And with the movement of birds, it relates to their habitat and where they fly to and so forth. But with an aircraft coming in or going out across the Selwyn Christchurch boundary, the aircraft will be a considerable distance above the ground.
Mhm.
Okay. So I'm just a little bit interested in if there are no aircraft sort of much closer to the ground
Mm.
as there is when you're actually about to land, are the birds going to be that high up in the ground that off the ground that they are a potential issue?
Yes, so in short, that's part of the inputs to model the 13, 8 and 3 kilometre radius, and the third, I don't know the altitude, but the edge of the 13K is where the planes will be high enough that they wouldn't interact with our high risk species. So that's part of the assessment is at what altitude do planes start coming into that risk zone where birds could be flying and there could be an interaction, and the 13 kilometres, the outer extent of that.
Yeah, no, so that might make some sense. The further you are away from the airport itself, the less risk there is in terms of bird strike.
Yeah, yeah. Yes, and there still is a risk within that 13 kilometre radius, which is why it's in there, I guess. And it's, I'm sure Sebastian can probably talk more about this, but when aircraft are descending and taking off, that's their most riskiest part of the journey, which is why it would be advantageous to avoid any bird strike risks or any bird strike.
And which is why in terms of the modelling, there's a difference between species as well, because some species wouldn't go right up into the...
Yep, totally. And part of kind of what we're seeking is recognising that within the 13 kilometre and within those radiuses, we've got specific high risk species, which are high risk because either the size of the bird itself, where they fly, or the behaviour in terms of them flocking. Like feral pigeons, they flock, so it's not just one bird. You're probably going to hit 5 or 10, which can have a pretty significant impact on the aircraft. So all of those elements are what the airport would like to be able to understand. If there's a proposed land use change, what will that do to how those specific species are in that area, like where they fly. If there's a pond here and there's a pond here, does that mean they're going to start flying over the flight path? So then there's an ability to actually say, hey, this is going to change the risk profile. What can we do to manage or mitigate that risk, and what can we do to try and stop or change the behavior of the birds to stop them flying over the flight path? Because that's the main thing we're trying to do is stop that conflict between a bird might be flying over here and the plane's coming in that way, and then there's a potential that there'll be a strike. Did you want to add to that at all?
Yeah, I think just on the section of flight, and I think I've set it out in my evidence, but the particular approaches and departures from the airport are the riskiest stages of flight as aircraft are coming into land and slowing down and requiring to be stable. So it is those areas that are the ones that are needing to be protected the most. And as Felicity says, it's out to that 13 kilometre boundary, and considering the height of the aircraft as they descend or depart.
Our aviation ornithologist expert can talk more to that when the time.
Yeah, I mean, my next question was about threatened indigenous species being a threat to the airport, which has been an issue in some cases, in wind farms, for example.
Yeah.
So that's fine. Thank you.
So I've got one. Just with regards to sound insulation of homes, is that an effective mitigation with regards to noise from aircraft?
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
It'll be specific. The New Zealand standard, the 6805, sets out the specific requirements for mitigations to home insulation within various contours. So that's a well-recognised New Zealand standard. So there are those to follow throughout the more detailed noise process.
With regards to the flight path over Selwyn, is there a requirement that those buildings actually use that sound attenuation, or because you just mentioned about the fact that you prefer industrial instead of residential? So I'm just curious as to.
So those preferences, I guess, are things that would be are within the standard as the types of activities or the types of requirements for insulation, the types of activities that should be enabled or prohibited within, or discouraged, I guess, within the different contours. So I don't know the specifics of exactly where the contours are sitting within the council, within the district, sorry, but I guess that'll come in the next more detailed noise modelling phase where those contours sits and what the land use planning requirements would be within each of them.
Mr. Bonis will be able to help with an answer to that question when.
In your paragraph 9, where you talk about urban development encouragement, does that include residential?
Yes, that would include residential, yes, urban, yeah. Urban and residential, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And no questions from me, Mr. Hawke, and you didn't realise how easy it was going to be, did you?
I think we've got the most questions so far.
You can have Ms. Blackmore answer most of your questions.
And for Mr. Bonis's final appearance today.
To spare us all a sense of deja vu, I won't read through my summary. You've got a copy of it. It's just very similar to LPC, but obviously made airport specific. There's probably nothing further that's come up in terms of the discussions that we had pre-lunchtime, I guess, in terms of Commissioner Hassan's question. There's effectively two contours of note. There's the 50 dBA contour, and that's essentially the avoidance of of noise-sensitive activities proximate to the airport. And there's also a 55 dBA contour, and there's a very small proportion of Selwyn district that's actually subject to the 55 dBA contour, and that's the one where acoustic attenuation is required. And there's standards in the existing plan and also in the proposed plan, essentially getting internal acoustic levels down to about 40 dBA as a consequence of ventilation and windows being slightly ajar. So I hope that answers the question, Commissioner. Any questions?
So I might just jump in first this time. So your amendment that you're asking us to make to the district plan in terms of SDIRP1 and clause 1 is an avoidance policy. But when I look at the noise rules, which you've just referred to, noise rule R4 is in fact a permitted activity which defaults to non-complying, which doesn't really gel with an avoiding objective, does it?
I'd have to look at how the plan knits together in terms of that, sir, but presumably that's a matter that we've got a submission on, and I'll come back to the panel in terms of the noise provisions on that, but you're right, that does seem to be incongruent.
Yeah, because if we were to accept the relief you seek here with an avoiding objective, we'd have to, I imagine, have a prohibited activity rule hanging off of it, which would be quite a change from what's currently there, isn't it?
Yes and no. My understanding of the avoidance policies and how it's been applied to airport noise is typically aligned with a non-complying activity status. And the issue again goes down to, I think I've raised it in my evidence, there used to be sort of discouraged policies, and there was certainly one used in both Selwyn and Christchurch, but it made the ability to look at incremental minor effects from noise-sensitive activities proximate to the airport very, very difficult to turn down in 104 in terms of their individual effects. And I think that's why a clear policy line was one of the reasons why a clear policy line was introduced in the RPS, and has also been accommodated within the Christchurch plan, and that's the provision that's suggested here as well in terms of avoidance. And I think that's it's okay to line that up with a non-compliant activity status.
Right, see if we have any further questions for you, Mark.
No, I think it was pretty well covered this morning.
Thank you, sir.
Just one question about the noise contour. We heard about how they're being remodelled and reviewed, and I'm just interested in how that translates into the rule framework, because we haven't got to that stage yet. But presumably when those contours are reviewed and revised, that's that's, how does it result in changes to the district plan and the regional, how long does it take and what processes it go through to make that change?
It's a really good question. And look, I'm not sure that I'm entirely, to a certain extent, we're in the hands of the regional council. The process, and I've identified it within my evidence, identifies, I think it's 6.3.11, and the monitoring and how the airport is to provide to regional council its new modelled contours. And then the regional council is to go through a process in terms of updating those and putting them within the RPS. But
so as the control comes through the RPS, not the district plan? Is there a rule that links the two?
The rule.
I know we haven't got to that point yet.
We haven't got to that point. Yeah, and I think it's Ms. Appleyard set it out really quite carefully and clearly. Okay. There's a policy matter that we'll have to bring to your attention and an effects matter. Sure. And the policy matter is that in the RPS it talks about the 50 dBA in the context of MAP A, yes. And that's a spatial line.
Okay, we'll come back.
And there's a very strict policy interpretation of what that means. And then there's the discussion that we will need to bring and provide an evidential burden to this panel, and also identify issues of scope and so forth. If we're looking at moving that line for individual zoning requests, how do we get across that evidential burden in terms of efficiency and effectiveness of the new rules, tying it in with a policy construct? So it's not a great answer. I apologise for that, but it's probably the most honest answer that I can give you.
Can I help with the answer to that question? So this arose actually in the last iteration of the Selwyn district plan. So there was an appeal that ended up in front of the Environment Court seeking a rezoning. At that stage, we had remodelled the contours, so we brought them to the Environment Court evidentially to say this is the effect that this property is going to experience. Judge was pretty unhappy about that, and sent us away to expert caucus, which is when an expert panel came up with a new set of contours. However, obviously the Environment Court was unable to deal with them in terms of a district plan appeal, so it was sent off to Environment Canterbury. They came up with the changes to the RPS to put the new model contours in the RPS. That then triggered a requirement for a plan change in the 3 districts, including Selwyn, which I think was plan change 23, introduced the new contours. So the same process would need to be followed here. There would need to be a change to the RPS, then that will trigger if it does, trigger an amendment, a change to the district plan, none of which is going to bother you because it's going to be beyond your time horizon. But we may well be in a position that on some specific rezonings, and in particular, I know that there is one that is saying the contours are going to get smaller, therefore give me a deferred residential zoning. We're going to front up with some evidence potentially to that rezoning hearing saying, well, you can't insert new contours in the plan during this process, but here's some evidence about the noise that this particular piece of land is going to receive. And make your rezoning decision on the basis of that evidence. So we are not asking for new contours to be inserted through this process. We haven't got scope to do that.
Sounds like it's most likely to be a plan change process, which won't be a thing that happens very
quickly. And it will be a plan change process that follows the RPS, having decided where the line is first. Yeah.
Yeah, look, I do just have a question. It's more of a question of clarification and explanation. So paragraph 43.1, and you talk about why you support policy
hang on,
1.
Sir, sorry, I just...
Yep, 43.1.
Yes.
Just after a bit of sort of elaboration on that or a bit more explanation, I'm just trying to get clear in my mind. You support the policy 1 because the airport which generates the effect is located outside of Selwyn district, which extends, when effects extending over a substantial spatial area. So can you just give me a little bit of explanation as to why that comment supports supports policy 1 and why it's needed to be in strategic directions?
Certainly, sir. And I think we tossed that around a bit this morning as well. Mm-hmm. Essentially, it was the discussion around the how for actually achieving or reducing reverse sensitivity effects from strategic infrastructure. And the discussion that I had with Commissioner Daish was where is the most appropriate place to put it, and could you put it in energy and infrastructure instead as a district-wide matter, and that would be appropriate, setting aside the airport contours. And the reason why I identified the airport contours as perhaps an exemption that needed to be worked through by the panel was that the energy and infrastructure chapter doesn't have autonomy over the airport, which is actually the infrastructure of which is located in Christchurch City. So it's really making that point that the kit itself that makes the noise or generates the aircraft operations is not something that Selwyn District Council has management capability in terms of dealing with under its energy and infrastructure chapter. But the noise effects have a consequence and a consideration in terms of matters around rezoning, urban growth, and noise. So that was why I teased that out, and that's what that 43.1 was supposed to bring to bear. So apologies if there wasn't.
No, I was just wondering whether you're talking about cross-boundary issues or something in there.
Yes.
Right. So if it's cross-boundary issues, isn't it more important that the provisions are the same rather than where they're located in the
well, but I guess both hold true, sir, because I think that's the conundrum of where to put it, because within strategic directions for Christchurch City, as the cross-boundary authority, it's actually identified as a strategic direction objective.
It is.
So that's why I've sort of said, look, I think this is why this is the one example. If everything else is to be shunted appropriately to energy and infrastructure, then the airport is perhaps one that sits within a strategic.
So consistency and to line up on that basis. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
And no further questions from me. Thank you very much for your evidence.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
I'm going to make way for Mr. Williams now.
Do.
I'm sorry, before I leave, the additional submissions that I'm going to present, just writing down what I said this morning, I'll endeavour to do that in the next day or so.
Yeah, that's good.
I will, however, be back again in the next two chapters, and in particular, it's particularly relevant to urban growth, the MPSUD issue. So obviously I can address anything orally when I come back. I think that's a full panel hearing as well.
Correct. Yep, that's good. Thank you.
That's right.
Okay, good afternoon and welcome, Mr. Williams. Thank you for being patient, and thank you for coming in today instead of tomorrow. We've read the legal submissions which you've provided. We can either go straight to questions, or you're very welcome to highlight key points for us. Up to you.
Yeah, look, I'm quite happy to go straight to questions, and just to point out one obvious factor is I was meant to be appearing with Mr. Glass as a part of the hearing today. He was unavailable, but I bravely suggested that I could perhaps answer some of his questions if there are any in respect of his evidence. So at least Commissioner Solomon and Commissioner Van Bothhausen will be quite familiar with Colin and I appearing on regional hearings primarily. So you've obviously heard from Joe this morning. I'm the Chapman Tripp partner who was a farmer's son who married a farmer's daughter, so I normally deal with regional council matters. But here I am with DHL and Rakaia Irrigation and Craigmore, all primarily with interests around the Rakaia River and concerns, and for them unusually involved in a district council planning process with both the significance or lack thereof been given to agriculture and horticulture for that matter in the plan, and in chapters to come some concerns around particularly how irrigation infrastructure is dealt with and how intensive farming might be managed, particularly in circumstances where the wider world out there with the NES and things in play is getting pretty onerous and managing those same effects. So I was just going to leave it at that. I wasn't going to do a summary beyond that. The only other matter I will note is in terms of a reference point for rural production, it might be worth the panel looking at the CCC district plan and objective 3.3.16 there. So the district plan.
Sorry,
3.3.16.
3.3.16.
On 16, yeah.
Yep.
So that makes reference to, if I have got a copy here, I can leave with the panel, the opportunities afforded that need to be afforded to rural productive activities as they're defined there. So sort of not certainly consistent with what's been proposed here in a strategic directions context. So.
Great, thank you. Well, we'll see if we have either questions for you or for Mr. Glass, and we'll see how you go with answering those. Andrew, will start at your end of the table. Questions for Mr. Williams or Mr. Glass?
Nothing from me, thank you.
Welcome.
Just one.
Push a button.
I don't understand why you use the word duplicitous. And I think Mr. Glass also uses it. I've looked up the dictionary and I know you haven't used it because of what I think it means. So if you could just explain to me what you mean by duplicitous.
Yeah, look, and probably the practical answer, and perhaps Mr. Glass has had on in some respects in respect of answering that question. So the primary concerns in relation to the plan in a practical context is mainly around irrigation takes from the Rakaia River. So they're already subject to quite onerous consenting regimes from Environment Canterbury, and also intensive farming land uses per se, which relevant here, intensive winter grazing, where we've obviously got the NES now at play, and even prior to that, a pretty robust land and water regional plan framework that manages those effects. So I think that comment's sort of directed at those, primarily those two aspects, but there are some other aspects as well.
So using that word, you mean it to be duplication?
Duplication, yes.
Right. Okay, thank you.
I'm not saying the effects aren't relevant. I'm certainly saying they are relevant
Well,
to wider resource management. It's just what organisations should be managing them.
And I understand, but my question was around the word duplicitous, because to me, duplicitous means fraudulent.
Okay.
And I know you wouldn't have.
Yeah,
meant
no.
that.
It's duplication.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Just in relation to the relief sort in paragraph 3, which is a new strategic direction objective, protect the long-term viability of rural production in Selwyn, etc. We heard from Hort NZ Fed Farmers and two other submitters, and that they've promoted a standalone objective. Have you had a look at that one? Have you got any comment to make on how it fits with the one that you've asked for?
I don't have any. I have looked briefly at it. I haven't got any sort of objections or strong views one way or the other. I think they're generally trying to recognise the same things. So.
Similar things, yeah. I think it's slightly longer, but it's it seems
to
cover similar things. Yeah.
And it's the CCC comparisons perhaps useful as well. Not suggesting there's relief being sought around that, but we have tried to emulate the relatively short form nature of the current chapter here.
Sure.
And the wording there, but no strong views.
There's no strong views either way. Thank you for
that. Thank you. I have one question, and I guess it's around our strategic directions, and it's in regards to Hort New Zealand and Federated Farmers. They have put a lot of emphasis on reverse sensitivity being included at a higher level policy within the strategic directions. In the lower level policies around subdivision, farmers are allowed, or rural landowners are allowed, proposed to subdivide 1 hectare and covenant the rest of the 19 hectares and sell that, what would be termed as a lifestyle block. And I just wonder, with regards to a higher order actually putting in reverse sensitivity, would you see that the scattering of lifestyle blocks in the lower order would actually be in conflict with that higher order?
Yeah, and I'm actually appearing for you in front of you tomorrow for an important dairy processor. And this is quite a pertinent issue, putting Fonterra hat on for a minute, with regard to how rural residential subdivision or rural subdivision ultimately occurs. Certainly do see potential room for conflict. And that's why I think it's important to recognise reverse sensitivity as a thing in its own right, as a strategic direction.
Commissioner Ray mentioned that we had some reasonably detailed submissions from NZ, supported by others as well, in relation to a rural objective. And I see you've in para 3, you've suggested what could be the wording.
Yep.
If the wording was slightly changed, and I'll read it out to you, would that make any difference to you?
Yep.
Okay, so it's protect the long-term viability of rural production in Selwyn through a framework that delivers economic and environmental benefit. So it's removing the word sustain.
Yeah,
is that
quite happy with that wording. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry, I do have another question. You're representing RIL, aren't you?
Yeah, Rakaya Irrigation
Is
Limited.
that what you're doing here today?
So this is a joint presentation from
Okay.
Dairy Holdings, Rakaya Irrigation Limited, and Craig Moore.
Okay, so I can ask this question.
Yep.
Paragraphs 11 and 12 of the submission by RIL.
Yeah, sorry, I'll just dig that out.
Under further restrictions relating to the Rakaya River, there's an implication there that Taumatu Runanga and Te Ahuriri Runangas were responsible for the overlays in the plan. Indigenous biodiversity, outstanding landscape, ecosystems and Indigenous biodiversity and outstanding landscapes. And now why? So where does it say that they were responsible?
I don't think that's saying that they were responsible. I think that, well, particularly my paragraph 11 there in the submission is acknowledging the role and interests in respect of what's proposed. So I see the district council as ultimately being responsible in terms of the formulation and development of those.
So it's more my interpretation. I've misinterpreted it.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. And then I'm going to go to paragraph 13. And the same thing there. You've implied that at paragraph 14, you're saying that RIL recognises and supports the association of the Runanga with the Rakaya River. But at paragraph 13, you're talking about the Mawahunta site.
Yeah.
Do you think that the reason why that Mawahunta site's protected is to look after the interests of Runanga?
And I'm not rejecting or in any way challenging that proposition. I think the point that's been put forward in paragraphs 13 and 14, which is an additional layer again, is the Rakaya River subject to a water conservation order, which does put primacy on a number of values already. And to date, those values have been largely given effect to, or practically given effect to, through the regional planning framework. So that's what that was talking about, and certainly acknowledged the likes of the Mawahunta site are not specifically recognised by the order, and perhaps there is grounds for recognising them on a more specific basis.
Okay. And then at your one more question at your paragraph 15. you describe the significant constraints that these additional overlays will require to be able to install new irrigation infrastructure. I want to understand how significant the constraints are over and above the constraints required by the LWRP, the WCO, and the flood protection bylaw. How much more?
I think by significant constraints, what I'm referring to here is additional consenting processes in the exact circumstances which you're referring to, that there are already other regimes out there that address the same effects. So,
okay. Yeah, thank you. Thanks.
So, Mr. Williams, no further questions from me, but Mr. Love, another matter to add to your list of homework. So in terms of this issue of whether or not we should have a new strategic objective dealing with thriving rural communities or highly productive land or rural production or some amalgamation thereof, we have at least three proposals in front of us. There's the Hort New Zealand wording from Ms. Wharf's evidence, and from memory, the Federated Farmers Witness deferred to the wording that Ms. Wharf had proposed. So, unless I'm wrong, Federated Farmers supported that. We have Mr. Williams' suggested wording at his paragraph 3. And he's referred us quite helpfully to the Christchurch City District Plan Objective 3.3.16, which has different wording again. So could you assist us by looking at those provisions and others that you may be aware of personally that address this issue and coming up with some wording that the staff would be comfortable with, that draws on that evidence that we have and legal submissions that we have before us, just in case we're minded to accept these submissions. We'd appreciate the staff's view on what appropriate wording might be. If you could do that for us, that'd be appreciated. Thank you. And I think that brings us to the end of today's proceedings. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
See you again in the
morning. So thank you.
So we adjourn now and reconvene till at 9 o'clock in the morning. And just for the benefit of the panel, Raywin and Yvette have said that they've decided jointly that we'll do a karakia at the start of a hearing week and at the end of the hearing week. So when I don't ask for one today, it's not because I've forgotten again. Thank you.
Thank you.